to introduce what Jukwaa la Usalama is, and then we quickly start the forum. I had been requested earlier by Senator, I don't know if he's still going to be here, that I give him a few minutes after he listens to 1 or 2, 3 people, because he was going somewhere. So if he comes, that is what we will do. But let me say this. Jukwaa la Usalama is a forum that brings together security stakeholders at rural level or local level and the national level. Today, we are not here just to sit and talk. We are actually here because we have come here to work. This is, we are the workstation. There was a choice whether we would do our work in Nairobi or come and do it here. I know if I was to work from Nairobi, maybe your county commissioner alone and maybe county commander wangepata appointment kuniona. But I said, because we are few who are in Nairobi, we bring the office to Siaya today so that we deal with issues related to our ministry together today. Yeah. In the past also, there was a practice that when a minister comes, who is in charge of security to your county, he would come to such a forum, he would address the forum, angechukua kofia moja ya chief fulani, naambiwa alikosea abebe, alafu atangaze mambo yake na apanda ndege arudi Nairobi. Sasa tunataka kubadilisha mtindo, ikuwe bottom up. Leo we are listening to everybody. And this is an open forum to allow chiefs, assistant chiefs, members of public to contribute to how can we make Siaya a better county. You know, that is what we are trying to do. From the day we started Jukwaa la Usalama from Mombasa, there are a number of policies that we have had to address. A number of them. For example, we started Jukwaa la Usalama when ACCs had not finished their DPA training and had not been promoted. But we are sitting here, there is a testimony that because of Jukwaa and the issues raised by your colleagues from Mombasa and Coast, a number of, all the ACCs, about 800 of them went through training, and now they have been promoted. Is that true? I think so. There are other ACCs here who have been promoted. Let me see. Some of them became DCCs, and some became senior ACCs, thanks to Jukwaa la Usalama's proposals from the grassroots. Asante sana. Pia, when we started, we were told that there are chiefs who are working and they have never been inducted. Yeah, is that true also for Siaya? How many chiefs are here and they have never been inducted? Waliingia tu kazi. Inua mkono. Munaogopa isemekane. Yeah? Chiefs tulipokuwa huko Coast, Eastern, walisema that most of you have not gone through the relevant training. Yeah? And they made a proposal that we need to go for training. In a very short time, you can see we want to run you through the training in Embakasi, and by December, we will have completed all the chiefs across the country, 8,200 and the assistant chiefs. How many of you have already been trained? And they were in the first batch. Very good. Now the rest, 60 of you are going after this, right? Is that okay? Are you ready for the training? Yeah? Chief, are you ready for the training? What we do, Deputy DIG Masengeli. Naona hawa chiefs wa Siaya wako chini sana. Response yao, alertness, nini, you know. So wakifika Embakasi, yeah, the moment our 60 wakifika jioni, kesho we uliza tu wakati orientation anza, kama unauliza wale wa Siaya wako wapi, unaweka kando. Wakati kaunti zingine wanaamka 5, au wa Siaya waamuke saa 9 asubuhi. Yeah, mpaka sauti yao improve. Chiefs tumeelewana? Oh, wanaogopa kuamka saa 9 asubuhi. You know? So it's because of Jukwaa that such policies were put in place, and we looked for the resources to make sure that you go through this training. And those of you who have come from the training, you know it was useful, and I'm told it is adding a lot of value. Apart from also some of you have shared some weight, and you have realized that some food you have been eating was not necessary in the first place, and you now know how to salute properly. and many other things. But more importantly, you know how to serve the people based on the changes of time and expectation of our constitution. Some of you were employed before even the new constitution was in place, and you've never gone for any training anywhere. Number 3, you know that our police officers, most of them were complaining about promotions and transfers. And because of the proposals they've given, we are improving on their transfer policy. We are also improving on promotions. And because of this Jukwaa, by the time we were in Nanyuki, the Inspector General of Police and the team had sat down and agreed that if there is a constable who is 50 years and above and never been promoted, will be promoted automatically. And for constable who has served, or a constable who has served 15 years without promotion, will be promoted automatically. And then for the corporal of 15 years also, promoted automatically. And the inspector of police who has been served for over 10 years should be promoted automatically. After this Jukwaa, which will complete next week, we will come up with 2 key policies to sort that issue. One is, when does a police officer get promotion? So that it becomes automatic. Number 2, how long should a police officer serve in a particular station or county? So that we remove the unfairness of a police officer serving in one place in an operational area for 15 years. And then another one is serving, in another place for 3 years. And then we also remove this thing of transferring people haphazardly. So that somebody is serving 3 months here, 3 months there, 3 months there. And one of the SCC told us that as a lady, before, because you have been employed when you are young, you are transferred to, you are employed in a certain place, unakaa kabla hujajuana na watu hapo, umetransferiwa, unatransfer, unaona miaka ya kuolewa imepita, watu wanafikiria nyota una, lakini kumbe ni transfer ndio inaharibu nyota. So there is a number of those issues that have been shared. I think one of the SCCs told us in Kakamega, and transfer policy will be one of the things we put in place. Mpaka technology, so that there is a dashboard yenye IG tu anaona huyu ofisa imekuwa yellow, amepitisha kidogo, huyu imefika red, amekaa sana that place, you move them to other places, and so forth and so forth. And then the promotions can come. There are many things that I didn't even understand about the police. For example, Governor, when I was a senator, you go to places and Raya are complaining that when we ask the police officer why they are not going for operation, they say hatuna mafuta. So they're asking for mafuta here, mafuta. So I used to think mafuta ni kitu kidogo until we sat in Jukwaa la Usalama. And because of the leasing program that we established in this National Police Service, the leasing program, for every vehicle, it comes for 450 liters for entire month. So if a police officer is doing consistent operation, taking people to court and bringing and so forth, it cannot even finish 15 days. By 20th day, the vehicle is there, but there is no mafuta. And even the greatest unfairness was, you have somebody in Kibish, and he's told you can only collect mafuta in Kitale. And that 450 is for coming to Kitale and going back to Kibish. And then, and you go and do security operations. And we said, no, we cannot continue like this. Of course, we want to thank county governments that have been supporting once in a while. I'm sure you've given mafuta to, as a governor here, to police officers sometimes to support their operations, and we appreciate that which you have been done. Some business communities have been supporting police stations, buying vehicles and other infrastructure issues. But we have agreed that as a result of this policy, and that's a policy put over 10 years ago, meaning the prices are 450 liters of mafuta, prices have changed. And times have changed. The security situation 15 years ago is not the same today. The population 15 years ago is not the same today. So the people you are serving and the errands you are running are more than it was 15 years ago. So there is a review of the policy. Many of the police officers have said it should go to 650 liters, and it should be collected closer to the police station, not very far where you lose a lot of it. All these are proposals of Jukwaa. Tuko pamoja? So mkiongea hapa, msiongee kama tumekuja hapa kupiga picha. Tumekuja kufanya kazi. Na yenye mnasema hapa tunasuluhisha. Wale wananchi wako hapa na hata chiefs na assistant chiefs, mkiongea msiongee pia mambo yenu ya welfare peke yake. Ongea mambo ya watu wa Siaya, ile ina affect wananchi. mtupatie proposals. What else do you want us to do to protect our fishermen who are, suffering for various attacks and issues that are happening here? Tutafanya nini kwa mambo ya mining? Give us suggestions. Should we continue mining haphazardly? Yenye kila mtu ako na mine hapa, nyumba ni juu, kuna mwingine anaendelea huko chini. Should we continue like that? And it's giving us security problems. Land issues. There's a lot of succession related issues that are leading to murder, killing of people. How can we do it better together? Address mambo ya defilement and gender-based violence, particularly defilement. Yenye nyinyi ma chiefs na assistant chiefs saa zingine mnaambiwa tumalize kinyumbani na mtoto amekuwa defiled. What else can we do to make things different? OCS, what can we do to improve our relationship with wananchi? How can we work together as a team? So as you give suggestions on your operational challenges, the vehicles, the fuel, the this, give us also clear suggestions on how to deal with the challenges. Corruption. I will be listening to the best commander very keenly to hear how can we get rid of corruption in our traffic so that, saa hizi watu wanafikiria polisi ya traffic kazi yake tu ni kusimamisha gari, kuchukua kitu na kuweka mfuko. And yet you have more work. You are investigating, you go to court, you are writing reports. How can we improve communication between traffic police and the public? And how can we get rid of those who are chukua kitu kidogo? The same to in police stations. How can we make them human friendly, human rights friendly, so that we don't continue having these challenges that we are facing as a country? So ukikuja hapa ongea ya welfare, ongea pia ya county, so that we get to hear you, and then we will sum up at the end after an hour or so. Tutafunga mwisho, alafu sasa nitasema ile nilikuja nayo. Saa hizi sijasema chochote. I was just doing an introduction, and then we will close it with the governor. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's appreciate the CS once again.
Please, hapa ni free conversation. Usiogope we ni OCS unasema DIG yako hapa ama waziri yako. Jukwaa ni free. Leo tunaweka free, tukimaliza tunarudi ile order ile tunafuatanga. So chief na assistant chief unaongea na waziri leo direct, usiogope county commissioner. Na yenye inasemwa hapa yani ikiharibika inaishia hapa. Hakuna disciplinary action, hakuna nini. Ile mazuri ndio inasonga. Lakini yenye inaharibika inamalitia wapi? Hapa. Kwa mfano tulienda na nyuki huko Nyaururu. Kuna OCS alisimama akasema, bwana IG, during recruitment ya police atutaki nyinyi mrecruit wa mama tena. Kwa sababu niliangalia ati alikuwa anaenda operation, kuangalia upande huu mama was expected, kuona upande huu huyu hawezani na bandits. Akasema tupunguze mambo ya wamama tusiandike hao. Tukamwambia hapana. Police is not about fighting bandits peke yake. Asilete ile challenges alipitia afikirie ni everywhere. Now women in the National Police Service are 14%. Our work under the Constitution is to push it until we reach 30%, and we will continue from there. Lakini iliishia hapo. Watu wengine wakaweka news headline wapi, lakini yenye inasema kwa jukwaa inaishia kwa jukwaa. Haipeleki kupita hapo. Zile yenye utaenda kwa sasa huko nje sasa utapitia mambo mengine. Ya hapa ni free. Lakini usinitusi. Sema point yako. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, sir. At this juncture, I would like to invite the Principal Administrative Secretary to introduce staff from headquarters. Welcome, madam.
Thank you. A round of applause for the Regional Commissioner Nyanza. Honorable Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, our Cabinet Secretary in charge of the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, the Governor, Siaya County, and all leaders present, allow me to ride on the already established protocols and say, Siaya, Amoso, good afternoon. And so I've been properly advised that I have to use the Queen's language, failure to which I can be sued. So on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, I have two responsibilities. One is to introduce the team that is accompanying the Cabinet Secretary, and secondly, just to give a brief overview about the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration. The first person for me to introduce is the lady here. She's an assistant county commissioner called Daisy Bulungu. She's also our sign interpreter. On my right is a very critical team, that is the Secretariat for Jukwaa la Usalama. Their responsibility is to make sure that they take a record of your submissions, and with the guidance of the Cabinet Secretary, what he will decide shall be implemented. I now call upon my colleagues from the headquarters to be kindly upstanding so that I may introduce you. On my immediate left is George Dianga. George Dianga is the Senior Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, and hereby he's representing the Commissioner of Prisons, Mr. Arandu. Behind him is your son. He's called Liki Ila. He's the Company Secretary for NACADA. Behind him is Commander Koech. Commander Koech is here to represent the Director of Kenya Coast Guard, and he's also a director within the Kenya Coast Guard fraternity. Behind him is Dr. Anthony Omerikwa, who is our CEO NACADA. Next to him is Mr. Mwangemi. Mwangemi is the director in charge of civil registration under the Ministry State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services. And next to him is Dr. Wanjao. Dr. Wanjao is the secretary in charge of the National Registration Bureau. We also have Madam Rose Obala. Rose Obala is a daughter of Siaya, and she's the secretary in charge of communications at the ministry. And next to her is Mr. Anganyo. Mr. Anganyo is the advisor to the Cabinet Secretary, Matters Security and National Administration. And my name is Beverly Opora. I'm the Principal Administrative Secretary. On behalf of that team, Siaya, according to the census that was done in 2019, you had a population of 183 persons. And it's expected that at date today, you could be having projected a population of 1.1 million. To be able to deliver, according to the requirement of the Constitution, on national government functions, you have been categorized as follows administratively. You have 8 sub-counties, with Usigu being the latest recently. You also have 16 divisions. You have 57 locations, and a total of 187 sub-locations. Following the deliberations that you held some times back, from the year 2017 to date, you were able to make some proposals, and the ministry gazetted the following units. We gazetted 1 sub-county, which is Siaya West, and I know you are keen to have it operationalized. We gazetted 9 divisions, 36 locations, and a total of 58 sub-locations. And as we sit at the ministry headquarters, we have been able to receive proposals for 3 divisions, 9 locations, and 1 sub-location. As Waziri has stated when he came to office and we embarked on the Jukwaa la Usalama forums, he has been able to address very many challenges that were affecting our service delivery as national government administration, matters around regulations and policies, matters around tooling and kitting, that is uniforms, matters around training and promotions. And on your behalf, we want to thank our Cabinet Secretary for the very many interventions. Now, on the part of the very many responsibilities that we have given you, one very critical one is that we expect the national government administration to spearhead environmental issues with a focus on climate change. We gave you a target that in consultation and cooperation with the leaders, you plant a total of 1.2 million trees, but congratulations, you've been able to plant a total of 1,458,583. We say congratulations, but continue. And finally, on behalf of this team, we just want to remind you that you are the link between the government and the community and other agencies that are not of national government, including the county government. Take a keen interest and have good knowledge of your area of jurisdiction and the functions that you are supposed to implement, and escalate the issues that you cannot, but more importantly, that which comes from the headquarters, make sure that you cascade the same. As national government administration, we are known to be jacks of all trades, though masters of none, and we are also known to be miracle workers. So to whom much is given, much is expected. We expect you to deliver at a time like this when you are serving here. Otherwise, on behalf of our principal secretaries, we want to assure you of unwavering support in your undertakings, and we say, erokamano ainya Siaya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Pass. Let's appreciate her again. So we now get to the next chapter of our deliberations for the day. We are going to hear from you, and we will start with the assistant chiefs. Our first assistant chief will be Madam Margaret Odipo. Margaret Odipo, please come here. And all the officers who will be talking on behalf of the rest, I request that we all come forward and sit here at my right. Madam Odipo, please. And as has been requested by the CS, we have been asked to be free as we talk. This is a very rare opportunity for officers to talk in front of the CS. So I request that we say all the things that we feel will improve our service to the people of Siaya.
Okay, thank you, Your Excellency, the CS, Ministry of Interior and National Administration. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. So my name, has been said, is Margaret Mercy Adipo Orimba. I'm an assistant chief from Malunga East Sublocation in Northwest Game Location, Wagai Division, Game Wagai Sub-County. Sir, I'm honored to stand before this congregation today to give few areas that I would want the government to help us meet the challenges that we are facing in our day-to-day work. One, I'll tackle the area of the Ngao uniforms. We appreciate the government's move to devolve the issuance of uniform to county levels. This will enable us and enable us access of uniforms. However, sir, we are requesting our able government to ensure that the uniform quality is standardized across all the counties. We also ask the government to ensure that our stores are well stocked for timely replacement in case of worn out or in case there is new officer appointed. Secondly, there is issues of office infrastructure and land. So we also know that we've been supported by our CDF offices through our able MPs. They've constructed few offices, and currently there are some officers that are not having offices, and also maybe the ones having offices, the offices are not in good condition. We ask our government through the relevant department, even if the CDF, they can help us purchase land where the Ngao offices currently do not exist for construction of the offices. We also ask them to construct a permanent modern administration offices for our officers to serve wananchi. Again, there is issues of facilitation. We don't have some offices do not have title deed. So if the government can facilitate the processing of the title deeds for the existing offices, especially the offices that are constructed in the donated lands and some community land, and the land do not have title. So if we have the title deeds, then the government will legally own the land for the use. So before even we wait for the government, this goes to our Ngao officers, especially the chiefs, because we work within our local areas. We can even mobilize from our community. And I'm saying this because I've personally done it. When I joined the service in 2021, I got an office, but the office was not in good condition. So I mobilized my community and challenged them, and actually we only did it with 10 people. And we renovated our office, and it really looks smart, and even my DCC or SCC can confirm this, and even our officers who work within us in the sub-county. So chiefs, we can do this. We can use our community members. We can use the relevant stakeholders. We have some NGOs operating within our areas. So even before the governments come in and support us in any way that we're requesting, there's little we can do through mobilization. Let's talk well to the community members. There are people who are able and are willing to support community development. So another point is about the GAPU deployment and collaboration. So we are really grateful and we welcome the initiative of National Government Administration Police Unit. These will strengthen our operations within the community and enhance security. And we know that they are yet to be deployed. And currently, we've been working hand in hand with the National Police Service officers, and we appreciate their support. We've worked well, and they have supported us where they can, and we really hope that the government will fast-track this deployment of the NGAPU so that we have our officers that are directly attached to our offices, so that to enhance our service. Sometimes we get challenged because maybe the National Police Service officers are sometimes, there are so many jobs, work that need their attention, and we also need them. So if we really have the ones that are directly attached to us, and this will enhance our service to the community. And to our fellow Ngao team and even the community members, bringing the NGAPU to our offices will call for collaboration and teamwork. We really need to work hand in hand with them. We collaborate well, and this will enhance our services. And challenges may arise. What do we do? If challenges arise between us as work, let's sit as a team, resolve them quickly so that we get time to serve the wananchi. So I had another point of the operation of new administration units. I don't want to repeat because a little has been said here, and we hope that once they are done, sir, you said that chiefs, the number is small. If you do that, actually once you come back, our number will increase because we have areas that were demarcated and they were gazetted, and they are yet to be operationalized so that we add more administration officers. With a few remarks, I'm grateful once again. I want to say that, sir, you're welcomed again in Siaya and even in Gemwagai, and you can visit everywhere in Siaya County. We love you and we love our government. With this, may God bless Siaya, God bless Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Margaret. Let's appreciate her well. So next is Mr. David Ongoro, an assistant chief from Rarieda. Welcome, Mr. Ongoro. And please let us not repeat what has already been said for the sake of time.
Thank you very much to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration, our Governor for Siaya County, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. As mentioned, I'm David Opola Ongoro, Assistant Chief for Kukwiri Sub-Location, Rarieda Sub-County. I want to talk about a few issues regarding our duties as chiefs and assistant chiefs. The first one, I want to talk about mobility. I want to start by thanking the government for having thought it wise to provide chiefs with motorbikes to ease their mobility. However, as you may know, I want to say that not all chiefs have been issued with the motorbikes, and it's a challenge because they have to look for other means when going about their regular duties. Another challenge I want to mention on the same note is that the motorbikes which were issued, there is a big challenge of spare parts. These motorbikes, to access their spare parts is not very easy. So when they break down, it really makes the chiefs not perform as required because they will be paralyzed, they cannot move here and there. I also want to recommend that if possible, because these machines have a time span. The last time the chiefs were issued with the motorbikes is so long, and because every machine has a lifespan, we recommend that the government considers replacing these motorbikes at least in a span of every 5 years, so that the chiefs are well facilitated in their mobility. Having said that, allow me to talk about an area where we perform issues of crackdown. I want to say that I want to take the first opportunity to praise the government for having stood very firm to support chiefs when conducting their crackdown without any intimidation. However, you'll allow me to mention a few challenges that we encounter when doing the operations or crackdowns. The first one is the challenge of transport. In most cases, when we get the culprits, transportation to the police stations becomes a challenge. You know, we are always on motorbikes, and transporting these culprits with the motorbike becomes a very big challenge. So the other area that we encounter, though on isolated cases, when the crackdown and arrests are done and exhibits recovered, in some isolated cases, we realize that these people get to court that they were arrested appear in courts. And now that begs a question on where these exhibits disappear in between. I also want to address another challenge, and we plead as chiefs that we prevail upon the courts, the office of the ODPP, and the courts. Most of the culprits who get to court, they receive leniency. The leniency the courts give is just questionable. The penalty that these culprits we take to court receive or sentence does not match what or the amount they are taken to court with. We really plead as chiefs that some intervention be done. There is an area also I also want to address in line of our duty, areas of response to distress calls. Most of the times, as community members, because most community members, it's the chief that they see around. Ndio serikali wanaona ako karibu kabisa. And at times a chief is even woken up at night, and you find yourself having no other option but to respond to this distress call. In some instances, when responding to these distress calls, our colleagues have received challenges. Most of these people, sometimes they are violent, and the worst part of it, in the event that the chief responds to this distress call, and maybe the suspect gets injured in one way or another, or when running away, then there are instances where cases have been turned against the chief. And we appeal to our colleagues in the police force that they should always before they take action to a chief, thorough investigation and even inquiry, a very good inquiry should be made to see that it is not just a mere allegation, but actually the chief had something or an area where he missed. So allow me to give a case example of a situation that we have now. One of the assistant chiefs for Kaugagi, Udendo sublocation, in Siaya County recently had a case when he responded to a distress call of a suspect of a cattle rustling case or a cattle theft case. The culprit, in an attempt to run away, sustained injury. And right now, we have information that the assistant chief, is about to face court action. We really appeal that the matter be investigated thoroughly before the assistant chief faces any action. That aside, I also want to mention an issue on chief's climate action. This was a very good initiative from the government, and I'm pleased to hear today that the tree cover in Siaya County has improved. It has been testified before us here. However, I want to say that as much as the chiefs have tried, and the figures you've heard, there still exist a few challenges that need to be addressed. In most cases, during the Chief's Climate Day action, most of the residents always know they are going to get tree seedlings from the chief to plant back into their homes. Even if we have identified an institution, then they expect even to have some to go and plant in their homes. We always rely on our partners, local partners, but at times they also fail us. So it is just our humble plea that for us to sustain and make these days very effective and meet the expectations of wananchi, the government should chip in to see how we ensure that all these days are very successful, even on occasions when the partners we rely on do not provide us with the seedlings. Otherwise, I would plead that I beg to rest there, and thank you so much.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Assistant Chief. So next will be the category of chiefs, and we start with Mr. Simon Onyango, Southwest Alego. Karibu.
Our CS, Interior and National Coordination, National Administration, Honorable Onesmus, our RC, Madam Nyanza, our County Commissioner, all the DCs present, the ACCs, fellow chiefs, assistant chiefs, and the general public. Good afternoon. Sir, if you allow me, I have 3 issues to bring across. One on affordable housing. We thank His Excellency, Mr. President, and for bringing this project of affordable housing. The project has brought food on hundreds of youths, has made them place their foods on their tables. And we therefore request continuity and support of this program. We also request the access to this affordable housing. In Siaya County, we have a strong and organized youth forum or youth welfare, and we pray that if we can allocate some units to the welfare to distribute them among its members, will be of good to us, and this will boost our socio-economic support. To the issue of promotion. Sir, as you just said, some of the youths, some of the chiefs and assistant chiefs here had gone for security management at Embakasi, and some of them are due for retirement. They've been waiting for this promotion because they've stagnated in one job group to date. We as well request, sir, that the chiefs and assistant chiefs seated before you here, some of them have degrees, some of them have diplomas, and some of them have enrolled for the masters. If chance be, we pray that they be promoted to the post of CC, to ACC, sorry. To the post of ACC. Last and not least, sir, is the issue of compensation. As you all aware, in our line of duty, we face so many challenges. So we request for compensation in case of injury, destruction, damages, or even death. You see, if we go for raids or arrest, we are the witnesses on the ground. And we need protection, Bwana Masengeli. I don't know where secrecy of oath was hidden. We are the witnesses on the ground. We serve our own people using sugarcane. And it becomes very challenging. It becomes very challenging if the person you arrested or directed the officers to arrest, the following day comes out and tells you, Chief Nico, na tuko na wewe. We need your protection, sir, from your office. We also pray that if at all the death of a chief or assistant chief be, we request a small support. Our officers, our senior officers comes, they read their condolences or their condolence message, then hand it over to the bereaved family. We request, sir, as they hand over the condolence message, hata kabahasa kadogo wapatiane familia. Last and not least, sir, I want to say, last year we lost an assistant chief from Rarieda, Mr. Mbeda Moses, of member sublocation. To date, no suspect has been arrested. We call upon your officer to assist us so that we may walk chest high because we are working as a team and are working together. Thank you, sir, as I rest my case.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much, Mr. Ongoro. Next is Mr. Otieno Omondi, please. Madam Esnas Otieno. Karibu. Omondi.
To the Cabinet Secretary, our Governor, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Esnas Omondi. I'm Chief for West Sakwa location in Bondo Sub-County. Today, I'm honored to address this gathering of stakeholders in the security administration sector. As chiefs, we play a critical role in maintaining law and order and ensuring the well-being of our communities. So first, I'd like to express these issues. I'd like to express our sincere appreciations for the training programs currently undergoing at Embakasi College. These trainings have equipped us with essential skills to effectively serve our communities. So we are grateful for this investment in our capacity building. However, sir, we are humbly requesting for additional trainings on conflict resolutions, mediation, guidance and counseling, and other important courses relevant to our work. These short courses, sir, on these topics would greatly enhance our ability to serve our communities. Secondly, sir, I would like to bring to your attention the delay in salary payment for the newly appointed chiefs. We kindly request for your intervention on this matter, sir, for the colleagues to receive their pay. It actually demoralized them, and they cannot work effectively since some of them have worked for more than 1 year without pay. Sir, kindly, we are requesting your intervention on this matter. And as well, sir, you find an officer of retirement stays for even 3 years without receiving the benefits. Some people even die before receiving their benefits. We are also requesting your intervention on this, sir, for the officers who have worked diligently for our government, for the nation, to receive their pension benefits. Last but not least, sir, on behalf of my colleagues, we are grateful for the AI that is impressed that we normally receive. Chiefs do get 30,000. We are requesting if this can be increased from 30 to 50. And for the assistant chiefs, from 15,000 to 30. Actually, sir, this will really make us serve our communities well and make sure that the developments in our locations or sub-locations are done perfectly. Sir, I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for visiting our county of Siaya. We love you and God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Otieno. Asante sana. We now move to the category of OCSs.
Before the OCSs, is there a burning issue left by the chiefs that assistant chief or a chief wants to add? I see a gentleman who has been raising his hand. Hapo tu kaa tu hapo, utasemea hapo. Huyo na ule moja. You stand so that we know two people. There was somebody here. Yeah, the two.
Our CS, His Excellency Governor Orengo, our Regional Commissioner, County Commissioner, and all protocols concerned. Sir, my name is Nicholas Mudaho Awor, Assistant Chief Malira Sublocation, Malanga Division, North Game Location in Gemiala Sub-County. Sir, I was very happy to see Mr. Orengo around. My issue touches on national government and county government policies. Straight to my point, sir, I would wish to address illicit brew, which is our commandate, and to this regard, Changa. I'm happy also that Nakada is here. Sir, you would realize that we, as a team here, we've worked tirelessly. And if we give you reports of the crackdowns we've done, people we've taken to court, fines that have been put on them, but you will still agree with me through Nakada that 60% of alcohol being taken in Kenya is still illicit. Our region, Nyanza, is still leading at 69% of illicit, despite all the efforts that we've put in fighting this vice. Why are we not still, the statistics are still showing negative? And sir, I would draw you back to where the prohibition of Changa came from. Was categorized as local brew, just like Busa. I'm very happy as we talk today Busa is being regulated by the county government. Those clubs are there, they are operating. Sir, I would wish that we as a team, in terms of policy making in regards to fighting changa, let's look it broadly. Changa, it's in composition. The illicit thing is only that it is not regulated. But comparing changa and the spirits we have that come from Uganda, the second generation brews, it is more, the second generation brews are more lethal than changa. My point is, sir, we are a team of students at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University doing policy and development studies. My colleagues are here, 7 of them. We've been trying to come up with a policy document to present to you so that we might see the other way of dealing with changa other than penal way of arraigning them to court. This also, I'm very sure Mutudo had started something of the sort. I'm very sure if we provide resources so that we have distillation being regulated, packaging being regulated, so that we have changa from Siaya that can be sold under cabs. Sir, I'm not a partaker of changa. I'm presenting my views. Yeah, and towards this, I know we shall be creating jobs. You see what Keroche has done. They are distilling. Yeah, and if you see the composition of what makes up changa, ni unga, mtama, skari, and pure distillation. Yeah, so I humbly, yes. So, sir, I shared this with my DCC, and I'm happy that you are here because I know you sit in the policy making process so that you can review this prohibition of changa so that we as officers that are on the ground, we best see how we can assist our people. Because my grandfather was an assistant chief in 1968. Those people he was arresting, I'm still arresting them to date. Sir, that indicates that, sir, that can tell you the kind of resilience these people have. And for us chiefs and assistant chiefs who conduct raids, there are some places you go and you see poverty with your eyes. Instead of arresting, you compromise. I arrest that one. Secondly, sir, my major other concern in regards to the Ngao fraternity, and especially where the rubber meets the road, assistant chief na chief. Sir, we are regarded as coordinators of government things. But I believe our scheme of service does not support us in security matters. I would wish our HR to address it critically so that if an assistant chief or a chief is not a security officer, it should be in black and white that we should not participate in security matters. And if we are deemed as security officers, then we should be empowered enough to carry out security matters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief. I think you are now very popular in. I saw many people were cheering you there, but many of them also were on this other side. I will be saying that. I don't think that, but we will discuss that later when I will respond. I don't think per se changa on its own is defined, it's illicit because it is named changa. It's because the process that has gone through, like you said rightly, has not gone through the legal process and get the necessary licenses and then be approved I think that is the standard process. If it were maybe in your research, I'm happy that you're doing research, is to ask yourself, should it go through the same process with all other processing processes? Or can the processing of Busa and Chang'ar, like you said, Busa is already being regulated by the county, can their process be properly defined and by which institution? Then if you follow those institutional process, you have the certificate that you are required and you're keeping certain clean standards and the packaging is right, then you can be, because there is a public health issues and so forth. So if you follow all those processes, even today, I still think that then that is, it is permissible to the extent that you follow the necessary process. But your proposal is not out of ordinary. It is actually what is expected even as at now. Chief, and Omarikwa later I will expect you to say something. Where is it? The CEO Nakada. Okay, yeah, Liki, who is a lawyer also, is here.
Sir, our CS, I'm Jojo Duropondo, Senior Assistant Chief, Ugunja Sub-Location. My concern is transparency on appointments of chiefs and assistant chiefs. Joined service on the year 2006. In our location, we have 4 sub-locations. I served up to the year 2023. I got the appointment of acting chief, of which I acted for almost 2 years. We did our interviews, of which the interviews we took 3 serving assistant chiefs and 2 non-serving assistant chiefs. When the appointments came, we were surprised only to get appointment from someone outside the service, just civilian. I think I'd served for 20 years, acted 2 years, of which I only had 5 years to retire. When I got the appointment that civilian had been appointed,
That civilian is now here.
Yes. When I tried to pursue the justice I was supposed to be given, since I had known even the interviews when it was taken, I knew I was the best performer. The justice I was never accorded. I only got a lot of frustrations. I was being told that ukifuata sana ni kama utafukuzwa kazi. So I actually prayed for justice. By so meeting you here today, I'm only praying that something should always be done to the serving assistant chiefs so that they get motivated. After serving for that long, and to someone like me who is almost retiring, you'll go almost barehanded. And I'm not afraid to say that I'm a diplomat in ADR, of which I graduated in the year 2022. I think I met all the threshold that was required for someone to be appointed chief. And I also knew that if I got the appointment, I could move maybe some job group ahead that would accord me some better pension after the retirement. To me, I'm happy to meet you and to express my feeling. I'd actually got a lot of frustration in all the offices I went to. Thank you so much, sir. I'm happy to meet you, and I'm so much grateful to meet you for your coming. Thank you.
How old are you, Chief? Assistant Chief?
By now, I'm 55.
Okay, you're still young.
Senior Assistant Chief 2.
Another opportunity will come. Especially when we operationalize administrative units. Another opportunity might come. But the point is, a first priority be given to assistant chiefs when considering position of chiefs in terms of that's the point we take from there. I did not give you, so how did you stand? Have you gone to Embakasi yet? Yeah, okay, that's why. No, they just give him on a light note. Just give him. And that's the last one, so that the RC can continue with the OCS.
Sir, thank you for the chance. I am Isaiah Ochieng, the area chief for Mageta location. Mageta location sits within Mageta Island, an island that is on record as a colonial detention camp. Sir, Mageta Island is one of the most populated islands in Kenya. And for that matter, we face various challenges. To begin with, we've had long-standing cross-border conflicts whereby residents from Mageta have been undergoing humiliation or torture or indiscriminate arrest by Ugandan authorities. We've been receiving reports as administrators by our residents on the ongoings, but there's nothing actually we can do about it. Sir, on that matter, I request that the government to consider deploying Border Patrol unit. Secondly, we've also had human-wildlife conflicts where hippopotamus and crocodiles have been intensifying their attacks on residents. Sir, on this matter, I request that the government to consider establishing a KWS base within Usigu sub-county and by far to deploy the officers in Mageta Island. Sir, we've had there was a speaker or assistant chief that had spoken before concerning delayed prosecution of some matters or faster reaction to chief's actions. Sir, on this matter, I would like to say that we've had unhealthy alliances by some of the police officers within our localities. As much as they should they should not use the information to weaponize or use it to suppress or thwart the efforts of chiefs or other administrators in performing their duties. The same, they have escalated the same in thwarting cases, critical cases or sensitive cases like defilement and other sexual related offenses, and even cattle theft. So I request that you consider rotating officers so that such unhealthy alliances not to continue. I also request Governor within our midst, I request that the health department consider deploying veterinary officers or agricultural officers within Mageta. Sir, as I had stated earlier, we've had attacks by hippos where they fatally injure animals, livestock, and even human beings. So whenever they injure animals, we don't have veterinary officers within the island. We seek them from as far as Bondo. And for them to come is really hectic. They never appear. So I request that they be deployed within the island. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for allowing those chiefs to speak out their concerns. We were to miss the chiefs. So next, we move to the OCSs, and we start with Simon Rotich, Chief Inspector Simon Rotich, OCS Akala.
Our chief guest, Sir Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Coordination, our Governor, His Excellency,
Allow me to write from the established protocol. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Yes. Sir, allow me, on behalf of the OCSs within Siaya County, to welcome all of you here today. Our task is to deliberate on the multifaceted and multidimensional aspect of human security in Siaya. Sir, the issues and challenges affecting the security sector in this county are synonymous with other counties within a Nyanza region, and I may not want to belabor on them. First and foremost, I want to assure you that the security team in Siaya County are totally committed in the fight against crime. The OCSs, the chiefs, the assistant chiefs, with the help of the village elders, are working tirelessly that there is peace in the county, and we are also committed in supporting the government of the day in its bottom-up transformation agenda in all the sectors. Equally, as the OCSs within Siaya County, we are alive to the fact that police stations are supposed to be the center of excellence in service delivery to the people we serve. However, there are issues that are there, and our chief guest, let me respond to an issue that has come up from the assistant chief. There is this case of Assistant Chief Maero. This is a case where it happened in my area, and by all standard of measure, we follow the procedure investigating that case. And that case, according to us, we investigated and found that there was no substantive matter to all the OCS. Na mimi nimeshangaa hata hawakusema OCS amesuia hiyo kesi hata ijaenda mbele. So hiyo kesi naijua, and that case is, hata saa hii vile naongea waziri, there is a complaint against me. Kuna mtu ameandika, not even the complainant, there is a person there. Ameandika kwa DIG, ameandika kwa IG, ameandika kwa IPOA, ameandika kwa EACC on the same case. That mimi ati mimi natembea na sijui nakaa na hawa, and I don't know them. So I want to remain very clear that we are going to stand with the chief. Na hiyo mtu alipowekwa pingu alitoroka akalala msituni. Only to resurface the following day. Ikatolewa pingu, akakuja station, in the normal way we investigated, tukampa P3 akajaza. The worrying issue is that anasema ati alikwenda ICU 5 days. 5 days. Na P3 inasema harm. How can you go to an ICU and the P3 says harm? That cannot be practical. So for that case, I know ukisikia nimeenda transfer, hiyo complaint sasa ndio hiyo ilienda huko. Yes, I'm saying the truth. Iende kwa DIG. In fact, this person is very malicious, and address Mr. Langat, Mr. Kanja, and address huyu wa EACC, Abdullahi or something like that, and address hiyo yote. So, mkisikia nimeenda transfer ndio hiyo kesi. Yes. I was saying that, however, there is, as we proceed, there is inadequate, our challenges now, inadequate police vehicles and insufficient fuel. I don't want to mention those. In fact, that's been mentioned several times. And then there is an issue of prisoners who are supposed to be ferried from prison Siaya here. You find that each station in Bondo, we are committing one vehicle daily to go to Siaya prisons and ferry prisoners to court. At the same time, guard the same prisoners, and the evening they return them to Siaya. In fact, the vehicle we are using in Land Cruiser, it is not compatible with the standard of ferrying criminals who are very dangerous, like robbers, murderers, robbery with violence. I think we need to allow that prisons do their work. Kulikuwa na gari zile basi ya Moody Award, sijui kama wako naye. Wacha Mariamu, kuna bus which has been designed to have a compartment of security and compartment of the remandees. So we are requesting that prison to undertake that duty. They go to court, they process, they return them. If that is not working, then let a vehicle be stationed at these courts, let's say Bondo, to ferry those prisoners as we use the motor vehicle at the station. Because like tomorrow, my vehicle will be at Bondo the whole day. Nothing will happen in my station. So those are the things we are trying to pass on. There is this challenge of border borders. We are also requesting, kama tunaweza pata motorbike, wakiingia vichochoro, tunaingia na wao. Saa hii akiingia vichochoro na Land Cruiser, unafunga brake, unashuka, unaangalia, akienda. So you are left wondering, sasa hii ni nini sasa? So kama tungekuwa na motorbike, tunalala na mpaka mwisho ajue si tuko. So hatuwezi kuachilia namna hiyo, and this is an area that it is causing us trouble. The other day somebody was shot Nairobi hapo, na kama kungekuwa na motorbike angenasa haraka. So another area is general election preparedness. I think we are in an era and we need these officers to be prepared adequately so that we don't run into 2007, where we did our best, but our best did not favor us. We were in the receiving end. So we require that these trainings, ikuje tu mapema. Tuangalie, tujipange, wakati wa election, tuko imara, na tushikilie hapo. And of course, adequate supply of riot control equipments. Yeah, there is another area of refresher courses. For those who know refresher courses, it used to be called smartening. Officer akiwa station ameanza kuregea namna hiyo course ikiingia, hata saa zingine yeye anajua mwenyewe ataenda hiyo course. Hiyo course ikiingia, tunamdunga anaenda miezi 2, akirudi amenyoroka. So tuna request those refresher courses, and then instead of going to Kiganjo, let it be cascaded now to the regions. We have regions, PT, they remain functional. Right now, I think they are dormant, completely. Wale wanakaa saa hii kule, ukikuta mtu wako karibu na Kitale huko, saa hii analima shamba. Anavuna mahindi, anabeba, anaako PTC. We have got also training on officers on the Bill of Rights. In fact, Bill of Rights is in Chapter 4. And Chapter 4 is one of the biggest chapters in Constitution. I know you are a lawyer, you are aware of this. And this Bill of Rights runs from Article 19 all the way to Article 59. Fundamental freedoms and rights to the National Commission, National and Equalization Commission. Hii yote hapa katikati ni ile vitu inakula sisi kama maafisa wa serikali. Iwe ni chief, iwe ni polisi, ndio inatugonga. Those articles inatugonga. Ukiangalia like Article 37, matters to do with assembly, demonstration, picketing, and petition. How to handle these people, we need to be trained more often than not. Article 34, Article 25, rights that may not be limited. We need to know this thing. Right to privacy, Article 31, right of the media. Somebody talked of media I think it is Kisii, that the media is all over us. Of course, they will be all over us when you are doing the wrong thing. And for the news to be news is when you do the wrong thing. When you do the right thing, there is no news for those people. I'm telling you, today a dog bites you. It is not news. But try to attempt to bite a dog. Tomorrow you will be in a headline. I'm telling you the truth. So we need to be taught about these things. Yes. So that freedom of the media is very important. As well as chapter 6, leadership of integrity. I know time is running, but will allow me some minute. A lack of necessary equipment and stationaries and supply of stationaries and equipment. We also request for internet. We do not have. We are sure that CCTV will be coming soon. And then there is another issue of control room. Control room to be brought to county level so that in the county level we have control room similar. It cannot be that one of IC3. That is Integrated Command Center in Nairobi. At least where coordination of activities shall. So that one will be assist us. Another issue as time goes is a problem communication between the criminal justice system and the advice from the ODPP to the members of the public. We have been having a problem. Mtu akishikwa, ukipeleka kwa ODPP, anasema release na cash bail ama free bond. Ukija station, naambia wapi cash bail, anasema ana. Unampa free bond. Huyo mtu anaenda akiendaga. And we've tried to get the miscellaneous. Wanasema it is not applicable for lesser offenses. Si kidogo kidogo kama chang'aa namna hii ama bangi. We release persons with bangi simply because we do not have report from the government chemist. As I rush, there is what is called police driving permit. We request that police OCSs wapewe driving license. There is what is called a police driving permit. Nowadays, drivers hawajaandikwa wengi na wale wako saa zingine tuko na moja. Tukipewa nafasi OCS, those who are competent, wapewe license, dini permit. So that wakati iko na issue unatoka, unaangalia watu kule kwa uwanja. Unaangalia wanaendelea namna gani. So that the issues we think can be done. And for wale wako competent, sasa kama una license, usianze kusema hata we upewe. So that one cannot happen. There is a very important issue here. Introduce competition for the best police station in Kenya. According to the Press Information Bureau in India, the government of India selects the best performing police station across the country every year to insensitize an effective functioning of a police station and bring health competition among them. We request that you consider introducing this one. Tuwe tukiona tu police station mzuri top 10 mwaka huu ni gani? Wengine waanze kuperform well. And then the parameters has to be introduced. Ile station mzuri sana imejengwa mzuri isiaini wale hawajajengwa sana. There is also a public mistrust and pressure kwa police. There is a blanket condemnation in police on corruption. Discussing a passion for those police. Kuna police wengi na machief hapa wako wazuri. But ile moja tu nasema police. Ati ni corrupt. In fact, this survey of Infotrack, hii wale wana survey, they don't even come to us kutuuliza hii mambo. Because the first person to give out ni mwananchi tu anapeana. And there is, I believe that when you go to a police station, you must carry something. So hata hii pia nao public wapewe nao hiyo index yao percentage so that ile yetu na iteremuke. Mtu asemi nilitoa bila kuitishwa. Asemi nilitoa bila kuitishwa. Wakati survey inakuja on the sample size, anasema nilipeana. Na wewe ulipeana na huku iende kwake. So that hii ingine sasa, at least tuende number 10, number 11 huko. Tumekuwa number 1 for too long. And we need to shed, we need to shed out. Finally, police visit to serious scenes of incidences. They are exposed to stressful and terrifying events. Mass casual incident, unaenda, ukilala usiku, unaona ile incident, unachamuka. And then these are officers using substance abuse. Kunywa pombe. Wala wakunywa wanaanza kukunywa. Wala wanakunywa zaidi.
Thank you so much.
And then finally, finally, problems affecting security sector are systemic, and without finances, nothing much will be implemented as required. And this needs an holistic approach, but with your determination, it is apparent that this time round, we have gotten it right. Thank you very much. In conclusion, I would like to particularly appreciate our chief guest for setting the pace in Jukwaa la Usalama for what is clearly open and constructive deliberation on matters affecting the service delivery in the security sector. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate the OCS. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next is Charo Kahindi, Chief Inspector Charo Kahindi, also OCS Bondo.
Our CSR, Governor Siaya County,
Another OCS.
Regional Police Regional Police Commissioner, Nyanza Region, Regional Police Commander, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is Kahindi Charo. Kahindi Charo is the OCS Bondo Police Station. And I would like to add to what my colleague has just spoken. And I'll try to be very brief. Our CSR, there are a number of items that we have identified. And this is an extension to what has just been mentioned. I believe the police or the National Police Service was meant to work as a jigsaw set of an arrangement. There are different departments within a police station that requires capacity building, and this brings me to the point where we would kindly request our able CS to support the National Police Service with funding on training. I know this has been mentioned, but I want to be particular on specific duties like record officers, signalers. Most of the times, OCSs across the country have had to mentor officers. And the mentorship has been there for so long, and I believe we even have a signal training school. I think it's in South Sea, around there. We request that if conditions allow, you may support us so that we may have officers who have the prerequisite skills to undertake the duties in respective police station. Again, there are these utility vehicles. The other day, I was reading in the media that not even in the media, there was a police communication that set out the rates that towed vehicles are supposed to pay. The vehicles that are normally towed from some particular places to the station. It is difficult for us to implement because private businesses, these towing vehicles are owned by individuals. And at times, they may end up placing some exorbitant rates. I may request that I don't think it's impossible for the nation ministry to have at least one breakdown vehicle in every county. That way, if an OCS has an issue and a vehicle needs to be towed, it is easier and efficient for that assignment to be done. And we can retain the same rates and the same be paid through the e-citizen account. Again, our able CS, I want to mention that on the ground, we are receiving a lot of support from other departments of the government. I'll give an example. We are in the business of dealing with criminals. And at times, the present day criminal is evolving into, let me say, very smart beings. You realize that somebody has committed a robbery in Bondo, and this person identifies himself as Kamau. He goes to commit another robbery in Siaya. He calls himself Kazungu. Maybe goes to Kisumu, commits another robbery. He calls himself a different name. At times, this can be a challenge when we are trying to profile, and I want to mention that we are very grateful for the people from the civil registration, because most of the times we've wanted to clarify details, they have given us that support. But maybe that was unofficial. I may wish that you continue to encourage them to continue to work with us. The security committees within their respective area, so that we are able to profile people appropriately. Again, we have police establishments that have been constructed in various parts of the county. And I want to single out Nango Police Station, a very beautiful police station that was constructed by the Area P. Nango Police Station would be of service to the residents of Nango and the islands that are currently not policed. The block, I believe, is close to 90% complete. We would wish that Nango Police Station, and I've also been briefed of Ndira Police Station, be gazetted, so that within our establishment, we can deploy officers there to continue with serving the public. Officers have also requested me to mention about range practices. I think this must have been mentioned in some other sittings. Lack of enough office space, I think this has also been mentioned. There are also those officers who have been promoted on merit. I am making two requests on that. Sometimes, if you promote a constable, and you let that constable work within the same environment, sometimes they do not get the respect they deserve from their colleagues who are at the same rank with them. So I may request that once an officer has been promoted on merit, first, let this officer be moved to another station or another region. Secondly, let these officers be taken through some induction training. There is also team building and sports. Back, I think we used to have regular sports and competition events. We understand that we've had a period that is globally where financial crisis. But we may request that when allocating budget for the National Police Service, these activities be to bring officers together. They are able to build that synergy, and it's a great welfare project where officers are able to interact besides their official mandate. The issue of AIE, I think this has been mentioned. I do not want to belabor on that. The issue of illicit brews and bang, it has also been mentioned. I may not wish to repeat. There's another issue. I may not want to go deep into it. I was asked to talk about the disco matangas and these replica uniforms. But let me speak on replica uniforms. There has been a tendency where we find members of the public donning replica security uniforms. At times we have a challenge when we arrest these people, because the moment we arrest them to court, we are asked to produce some authority to confirm that indeed this replica uniform belongs to a certain service. But sir, I may wish to say this. For the safety and security of the areas that we are responsible, I think we need to make a statement on this. Because you may find that these replica uniforms are being misused by some of our people. They may go to the Chang'an dens to collect some tokens, and the message down there, they are saying, we saw police officers in uniform collecting tokens at a particular place. The worst of it, sometimes these people waylay members of the public along the road. Somebody is told by someone who is donning a replica police uniform, a replica KDF uniform, a replica forest uniform. A member of the public may not be able to differentiate between whether this is the right uniform for security officers or not. So I think we may need a statement, to make a statement on that. The other one is hardship allowances. I may not want to talk much on that. That was a request from officers from Siaya. And then there's a personal request that has been passed to me. And I may not wish to let the officer down. There's an officer who has requested if he could be moved to another county. He's an inspector, and he's served in Siaya, I think, for 7 years. I don't know whether he's here with us. Ruben? Siaya? So at least I'll pass to that message. Thank you so much, sir, and welcome back again. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kahindi. Pigieni makofi tafadhali. So with your permission, sir, we move now to the category of ACCs, and we start with Mr. Vincent Keno from Rarieda. Next will be Anne Ojuado.
Thank you very much, sir. Our Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration, the Governor of Siaya, and all protocol observed. My name is Vincent Keino, Assistant Sub-County, which is in Siaya County. Sir, as you began your speech, you highlighted the achievements of Jukwaa Usalama, and I want to confirm that indeed I am the beneficiary of this program since we benefited with the promotions that was done. We say thank you very much, sir. Sir, without promotions, it brought a lot of harmony because it was becoming a serious crisis. Somebody who joined service in 2007, when I was still in university, serving at the same job group, was becoming a problem. Others were branded a name called disallowed group, but you came and solved that solution. So thank you very much, sir. I'm happy for that. Sir, that we need urgently in many sub-counties in Siaya. It is called civil registry, which is missing, and it's making our citizens to travel long distances seeking that service. And in that, it is making the issues of succession to be very difficult. Imagine somebody from Luanda Kotieno traveling all the way to Bondo, looking for a death certificate, which is 100 shillings, and you are using 1,000 shillings. So it makes people discouraged, and that has an impact on issues of succession. Sir, as ACCs in Siaya, we face some unique challenges, which is not unique in some areas. One is this issue of disco matanga. Let it transform it from a policy into a legal provision so that it can be implemented. Because as we have said, Siaya is made of professionals. They can interpret any law. So they tell you, as ACC, I am a law-abiding, violating any law. I am violating, and then I'll stop disco matanga. So with little knowledge we have in law, tunaanza kutapatapa. So assist us to ensure that it is anchored in law so that we can quote that particular provision in law, sir. Sir, the issue of mobility is a big challenge. ACCs normally face that crisis since the OCCSs were crying about fuel. For us, we don't even have that vehicle to cry for fuel. So, sir, sema tu neno moja na ACCs wapate kagari. So, sir, another issue we are facing, we know the issue of BMUs is that it is squarely in the county government, but we request some input from security people when they are being elected to avoid this issue of infiltration by criminals. You know, when you go to the lake, so if nobody regulates them, they may turn out to be a very dangerous gang in the lake. So, sir, again, Siaya, especially some sub-counties like Rarieda, Usigu, and Ugenya, it's always dry, and we buy water here in Siaya. So, kama kuna macho ya hardship allowance, please, if possible, consider us for those. So with those few remarks, I commit on behalf of my colleagues that we are ready to serve the people of Siaya and the people of Kenya without any favor or fear. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. Asante sana. Next is Madam Anne.
To the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration, Bwana CS, the Governor of Siaya County, and all leaders. Siaya, habari zenu? Urionade? Poduntie? Bado wako. I thought they had left. So, sir, my name is Anne Ojwando, the Assistant County Commissioner for Ukwala Division in Ugenya Sub-County. I want to talk about a few things. Number one, in Kenya we say, ukiona mwenzako ananyolewa, chako unakitia maji. I'm a detail 2021, and we are due for promotion to job group L. So kindly consider that. We're also asking for extraneous allowances for ACCs going down to the assistant chiefs, because hapa kila mtu sleep mfululizo, kwa sababu we have to analyze the area and report, ndio upate report pale kama kuna incident ama the area is calm. And then there is immeasurability and ambiguity of targets leading to lack of rewards for best performing officers or something like that. Like it is done in the private sectors, give us something to motivate us. Let us have a way of measuring our targets so that we can be able to be rewarded accordingly. Then there are people we work with in our offices, like secretaries, the support staff. Those people, the entry level is very low. And once somebody has taken a loan, they remain with nothing to take home. So kindly, maybe their entry level can be considered so that even after taking that loan, they can remain with something to take home. And then our office structures and furniture are in very bad shape. After the DCC's office going upward, where you send the visitors book, where these other officers sit, they sit there, hata unaweza ogopa utashikwa na kunguni. So kindly consider that. Then the office equipment, our machines, looks like all of them in this region. The machines there could roll and roll and roll before processing an information. Now I'm in Ugenya, we have the same problem. And the other day I was being called to submit an information at the county, being told that whatever we sent on the email cannot be accessed because the machines are not working. Mental wellness, there is for ACCs, there could be cases of underutilization or overutilization, and some, there are cases of sexual harassment. So this could be addressed so that mental wellness is taken care of. And then we have a guidance and counseling department at the HQ. I think these people can be moving to our counties just the way you have done, so that they can have a session with us, because some of our officers are indulging in alcohol and drug use. Then the AIE for the SECs, we also request for a review and regularity. Then what I want you to talk about to wananchi about, there are cases, once arrests have been made, the incidents have happened in the ground, they come and withdraw the cases. When they go back to the community, they start saying, polisi alikula akaachilia, SEC alifanya nini, chief alifanya nini. So please, if it comes from you, they will say the CS said and we understood. Also, something on the relationship between the NPS and Ngaos. You've had, that is an example. But I think this should be looked at objectively so that we enhance the relationship between Ngaos and NPS so that we can have a healthy relationship, because we cannot work independently, separately. Then you ask about succession. From my area where I work, we came up with an initiative. We involved the judiciary. So the senior magistrate at Ukwala Law Court, we go to the field together for barazas, we sensitize members of the public, and from his feedback and mine, the cases of land matters have gone down, and succession is being undertaken by most of the public. And then, sir, maybe you can also, you may also say something about the village elders. Finally, I have a success story in regard. When I came to Siaya in January last year, I studied for some time mapping the illicit brew dealers and the bank sellers. In total, from my division, we had 205. But now I can gladly report to you that in this booklet, I have contacts of 65 people who are. In this regard, also there are women who have formed a group which they've used to borrow government loans, and they're doing well. So they asked me, now that I'm meeting with you, to invite you as a friend and request you on their behalf that you may collaborate with other people as their friend to support with them, may attend and chairs for their trades. Thank you, sir. Allow me to hand this over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Anne. So Madam Anne mentioned the harassment in passing. She mentioned harassment in passing, but I know if we allowed all these young lady officers who are the age mates of my children to speak here, they will give very big stories here. So that's a matter that needs attention. It's not a matter that should be mentioned in passing. So next is the base commander, Mr. Simon Nyandusi.
Just kidogo tu. I know this was the lower level in those in the police, and I agree with you. Pass. We might need. Pass ako hapa. We might need to have, and also for DIG, one meeting for representative of police officers and ACCs to discuss sexual harassment. It will be very important at the workplace. Thank you. Because workplace is in the field. Yeah, thank you. You know, sex for promotion, sex for allowance. You think that it's not a joke. It's a very serious issue. Not just in one ministry, in every part of government. And so that we can enhance the policy on sexual harassment in workplace and protect our officers. So I will be very happy if we can organize one forum for women alone, because they are the minority in both Ngao and the police. Is there an OCS who thinks there's something that was left out? Who has a point in bullet form? Yeah, I saw you were anxious to say something. Yes, stand. Bullet form.
Our CS, Honorable Onesimus Murkomen.
Wacha na nini protocol. Jina tu na your station. And
I'm Inspector Kipruto from OCS Sidindi. Sir, naone kuna ukweli uambiwi. Siaya, sir, is one of the operation areas in Kenya. And we are requesting, sir, if your office can be able to classify in police work Siaya as one of the operation areas. Two, sir, in Siaya is where you find most of the inspectors are OCS. Like me, I'm an inspector and I'm OCS. Section 34 of the Public Service Commission says that when a person acts for more than 6 months, he should be confirmed in the position you are, sir. So you are requesting, sir, sir.
What does that mean? That you should be?
Sir, you are requesting.
You are still acting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand.
And yes, sir.
Okay.
The other one is in the case of as we perform our daily duties, we make a lot of calls, sir. We were requesting our office to check on the such airtimes, or there are some times when we are hired, sir. Ya mwisho, mambo ya community policing iko chini sana Siaya, sir. We were requesting if community policing could be revived, it will be better. Thank you so much.
There was your colleague at the corner. Is there something I missed out?
Good evening, sir. My name is Dixon Anyon. I'm the Deputy OCS, Wagai Police Station. I have 3 issues. One, I would like to talk about political interference. And let me point out the bouncers. In fact, you might find MCA has got bouncers on the ground, probably the senator or any other political class.
You fear saying the governor?
No. Sir, these bouncers actually pose a great threat, especially when we want to identify them with the society. And you find them wearing maybe a T-shirt written security. They are just walking around bouncing, and they are In fact, some of them, when we arrested them, they hang on the MCA, they hang on the senator, they hang on the MP, the governor. So I really appreciate if we find a way of identifying the bouncers with our political class leaders. Number two, I want to talk about the issue of our courts. In fact, I've handled about 3 cases. One is a case of a cow, where there were 2 parties who are claiming that a cow has been, they are claiming 1 cow, and they have all gone to the court. So person 1 was given a cow that it belongs to him, and then person B also went to the same court, and then he was actually handed over the cow. So it was a very big problem. That is why I'm trying to ask the criteria that our courts are using actually to pass judgment. Then you can also find the same court, maybe a land. We also have some land issues in our area here. And you find maybe a woman was married, and this woman does not have either marriage certificate or an affidavit, but the husband has died. And then a guy comes him to terror her. Then he's now claiming this land, that he wants the land. Then you find another son was born somewhere else with a different name. He was also brought in this farm, and he also wants the land. So you find this man who is terrorizing the woman, and the So I'm humbly requesting that at one point when you are engaging our courts, just to...
The terrorizing is not English, it's Doluo. Right? Okay, yeah, because...
yeah, to inherit, sir.
Okay.
The last issue, I'm happy that you have actually talked about our promotion. Sometimes back when I was actually when I went for an interview, in fact the criteria is 3 years. But unfortunately, I didn't get, and I was 4 years. And now I'm happy that you have said that those with 10 years are actually considered. And I'm also requesting those ones who are in between, they also be considered in your able officer. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. ACC, then ACC wanted to add 1. I'm sure chiefs, assistant chiefs, and then the 2 ACCs were very eloquent. I think the ACCs are very few, so that's why they don't want to add anything. Thank you very much. Asante-san. I did that so that the DCC, county commander, sub-county ward, because your operation people have said, don't repeat the things that they have said. Just say you agree.
Thank you, sir. So we move to the base commander. Base commander, Bondo, Simon Nyandusi.
Chief guest, the chief guest, Honorable Murkumba Kipchumba Murkomen, and all protocols observed. I'm sorry for that. I salute by saying Amchambo. Sir, allow me to use about 4 minutes to patrol through the traffic operations, 2 minutes within Siaya County. And I will start with that Siaya County has got 3 bases. That is Ugunja traffic base, which is serving 2 sub-counties. That is Ugunja and Ugenya. Then we have got another base, Siaya traffic base, which is serving 2 counties, namely Siaya and again Yala. The last one, sir, is Bondo Traffic Base, where I'm the base commander, and I'm privileged to serve 4 sub-counties, that is Bondo, Rarieda, Gemuwagai, and Usihu, the last sub-county formed within Siaya County. Sir, allow me straight to go to the challenges, having had the area of coverage, which is covered by the 3 traffic bases. Sir, the subject of mobility, the subject of motor vehicles, which has been raised now and again, I would also like to anger on it that having heard that we serve larger areas, no traffic-based commander has got a motor vehicle to allow him or her perform the traffic operations. Sir, in that note, I request that at your humble time, you consider the traffic-based commanders to be issued with motor vehicles. To cite an example, sir, on the dire need of the motor vehicle or on the request, in a few months' time, I received a distress call of a fatal traffic accident which occurred within Rarieda sub-county, within Sakwa area at midnight. And the accident was fatal. I received a phone call, and I proceeded to the station to look for the station motor vehicle, which we normally use. I found that the vehicle had gone to visit the scene of robbery with violence. It took me time till the caller called me again and said, Bwana Base Commander, kwani ulikuwa unakuja kwa mguu ama hiyo gari yako inakuja na reverse? So it was quite an embarrassment. I had to call that caller the following day and told him that we have got a challenge in terms of mobility, and he had to agree after a long explanation. Sir, the next challenge we are having is stationary and office equipment. Sir, we rarely receive stationary, bearing in mind that the traffic department is engaged to performing duties of various investigations, matters, accident, and it takes us an extra mile to use our coins to purchase stationery like statement papers so that we can record statement from the accident victims and the witnesses so that we can process the files for further action. So on matters equipment, we are also requesting that our officers be equipped with computers, bearing in mind that we are now in the digital era and we normally receive our instructions through email, and it takes us time to acquire the information in the right time because we don't have the right apparatus. It takes us time to go to the cyber, and in the cyber we use our own resources so that we can get access and open the email, and in most cases the information is at times left at the cyber business premises and might be misused. So the last challenge, I'm requesting that matters training, as I've said, that we are moving to the, we are in the digital era. We need to be trained on matters digital. Now that we are moving to digital P, which recently I saw that it has moved to the station level, and our officers have not been oriented on matters digital OP.
Asante.
Lastly, sir, allow me to also read a verse from the Bible as I hand over the microphone from the book of Matthew 7, verses 7, which says that ask and you will be given. Knock and the doors will be open. Sir, riding on that spiritual protocol, it's my humble request with the total humility that I request that the two base commanders, that is base commander Wunja and the base commander Bondo, who are serving as the base commanders with the rank of an inspector of police, sir, at your own humility, you consider promoting us to the level of a chief inspector so that we be in line with our counterpart, the Siaya base commander, and continue serving the good people of Siaya.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Asante
sir.
sana. Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Mr. Christopher Nyaindi, Administration Police Commander, Siaya Sub-County.
Thank you, sir. Our Chief Guest, sir, CS for Interior and National Administration, our DIG, the Governor, and all protocol observed. Chiefs and my fellow colleagues, good afternoon. So, a quick one. Number one, I will want to talk about transition to retirement because I see myself heading towards that direction. So I will request that there should be a seamless transition of guys leaving the police or chiefs to a retirement so that they get their gratuity as early as possible to avoid frustration. And this can be done if the services are cascaded to the lower areas. The next one is about insurance and health cover. So most of our officers are having problems when they go to hospitals that they are told that the medical cover that they have, especially the outpatients, are just limited to a certain amount that they cannot get services that is more than, for example, more than 2,500 in a day. If the service exceeds the amount which is capitated to be 2,500, maybe you cannot get the service. So I request you that you check on that, sir. Thirdly, sir, there's a colleague who has talked about lovers of our politicians. I hope they are our guests, and I would want to request kindly, sir, that we are the law enforcers and the security agencies needs a collaborative effort to succeed. We will request them that their lovers, they sometimes advise their lovers to know the limit. Because, for example, even when you are here, there was a lot of commotion behind here. And this commotion is because they are not told where their limit should be. And us as the law enforcers, we need to reach certain limit and tell them that now from here you cannot move. So finally, I will want to thank you and kindly consider us when we are here. Siaya is a vast area and they are contraband goods because it borders Uganda. And the people have talked of, we've talked of mobility. The mobility, the patrols are not enough because the issue of fuel and this adverse area. So with the few remarks, I say thank you if you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we move to prisons. Mr. Agesa, karibu.
Thank you, sir. My name is Philemon Agesa, Mwale, Inspector, and I have this honor to be before you. The Honorable Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary, the Governor, Siaya County, all the protocols observed. I will be brief while giving out this statement so that we move with time. It is a great honor to have you in Siaya today. As the Kenya Prison Service, I extend our sincere appreciation for your visit. Sir, I want to affirm our duty and responsibility to ensure Siaya GK Prison is a rehabilitative and transformative institution. We recognize the ministry's dedication to justice and rehabilitation. Your presence here is a testament that we are committed to improving conditions for both inmates and staff within the Kenya Prison Service. Sir, I will be specific. We have been able to see very many achievements throughout the period that we've been able to have this period. Sir, we have been able to see staff promotions during the period that we've had, which have been able to help us to boost the staff morale. I will not labor on that because because we are under the same roof and the promotions are all through the with the National Police Service. Sir, we are also grateful for the regular uniforms that we have seen over the past 2 years, both inmates and staff. They have been well uniformed. We commend a better working environment that we have seen throughout this period through the promotion of mental health among officers and inmates. We have professionals who have been promoting mental health to both inmates and prison staff, and we are really grateful. Sir, there has been a deployment of many professionals, both in the health and agricultural sector, as we try to improve the prison enterprises. That is highly recommended. However, sir, we have several challenges, being that we are the only prison within Siaya County. We are faced with many challenges. We receive inmates from all the 5 sub-counties. Siaya County, as vast as it is, we receive prisoners from all those places. We have 5 courts that we receive inmates from. We receive inmates of all categories. All categories of inmates, we contain them at Siaya Prison facility. However, there is congestion that has really affected many of the prisoners in the institution. Remember that it is the only institution, so we are highly congested. We have only few blocks, and we could request humbly for additional blocks so that we can be able to cure this problem of congestion, because there is strain on resources. Sanitation keeping becomes a problem in the institution. Sir, infrastructure is also a very big challenge in our prison. The number of blocks we have are less, but also we don't have a perimeter wall. We have different categories, as I earlier stated, of prisoners. Yes, so the prison requires a perimeter wall to help us so that security can be enhanced. Thank you, sir. Also, we humbly request for housing, improved housing in the institution. We also pledge for transport vehicles. Sir, given that we are transporting inmates throughout the county and the number of courts, the vehicle that we have does not make it possible. Those are most of the key challenges that we are facing, and we believe that with your continuous support, we will be able to achieve security in the prison. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him. So next will be a representative of the DCI officers. Karibu.
Our CS, Honorable Murikomen, our Governor, Siaya, Honorable Rengo, our DIG, and all other protocol observed. Good evening. I'm Ruben Onchoka, the Sub-County Criminal Investigating Officer, Bondo Sub-County, representing the DCI, and I have a narrative. Then I'll say, I'll talk about security matters. Siaya County consists of 80 sub-counties, namely Rarienda. Yeah, yes, okay. Let's go to the security matters. The following are areas of concern. Artisanal mining, some large portions of land in Game, Rarienda, Bondo, and Siaya sub-counties are under artisanal mining. In some of those areas, there are deep tunnels excavated, whereby at some times when there is rain, they are prone to collapse. Whenever they collapse, there are injuries and at times death occur. There is a need for the members of the public to be educated, or the mining ministry to hold meetings so that they can do civic education to the members of the public how to do their work. Terrorism, number two, terrorism. There is a sleeper terrorist cell within Hawinga sub-location within Southwest Alego. In November 2023, okay, you have it? Okay, sawa. Gender-based violence. The county has its share of gender-based cases. Early this year, within Game Yara, there was a crime pattern where 4 women were murdered and in the same style. Investigations were done, and the suspect identified as Charles Onyango, Araya Square, was apprehended, and the members of the public rescued him and subjected him into mob justice. Okay, let me go because you are hurrying me. Let me go now to the challenges.
What I was trying to avoid is
yes.
for you to go to one case.
Okay, let me go to the
cut across issues. Yeah.
Let me go to the challenges. In the DCI, in Siaya, we have very few officers. We need additional officers to assist to offload the workload we have. That's number one. Number two, the cooperation with the county government. We have a problem, and it is good that our honorable governor is there. The county government of Siaya does not treat the suspect in a custody for free. Even murder suspects have to pay 750 shillings for mental examination, which is mandatory before plea taking. Police have got difficult time with the suspects who fall sick while in police custody, victims of mob injustice and murder suspects. So it is our humble request that this matter be looked into, because we don't have an account where we get money to pay for the suspects who fall sick in police custody or the suspects of murder. Number two, about transport has been spoken. Then let me talk about infrastructure, which has already been spoken about. In stations, we are housed by the OSPDs in stations. We need also infrastructure in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you so
Our
much. Let's appreciate
Speaker.
him. Thank you so much, Mr. Onchonka. So next will be the OCPD Game Wagai, Mr. Wafula. Mr. Wafula, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Kibichumba Murkomen, our DIG, Mr. Masengeli, Mr. Masengeli, sir, our Governor, team from the region level and the county level, members of the public and their chiefs. Good afternoon. My name, I'm Charles Wafula. I'm the Sub-County Police Commander, Game Yala, not Game Wagai, as maybe earlier said. So many areas has been addressed, but I'll still go back to maybe around 2-3 areas. One is an issue of personnel and strength deployment. We're having a very serious challenge, especially when you understand the structure of police. The OCPD must have a deputy, an SOB, and SOPs be under his office. But you realize that out of all these number of officers, the OCPDs, currently we don't have those officers under them. And now it is giving them a challenge, especially when they have proceeded on off or leave, or maybe they have been sent on maybe to go for training. So we need that area to be maybe looked into too, so that we get those officers deployed. Secondly, the issue of mobility was addressed. That one I don't want to repeat about it because of time. Issue of facilitation. Financial facilitation is also an area where I also need, although it has been addressed, I also need also to say something about it. Previously, we used to have confidential allowances for maybe OCPDs and OCS. Actually, this money just disappeared, and up to now, we don't know where it went. And we used to use this fund for the purpose of enhancing our intelligence collection. So that matter, sir, should be looked into. And again, we also request that the facilitation for 30,000, which is given per government vehicle for OCPDs to maintain the vehicle and service, is not actually adequate. So we request that you can do something about it, although you promise an issue of fuel. Again, sir, my colleagues raised an issue of pending bills. They told me that there's a growing concern over the pending bills, especially for water, electricity, and prisoners' meals. That area should also be addressed. Then the issue of police station building, some of them are in a very delicate situation. So we recently received some information through the police channel, whereby we were supposed to submit some pictorial evidence concerning the buildings. But so far, this is the second time they have done it, but likewise, we have not received any feedback. So we believe that, and we trust, that maybe something will be done over the same. Thank you, sir. Another area, sir, our officers have raised a very serious concern, and it's good that our good governor, Ms. Orengo, is around. These concerns about the treatment of prisoners. At times here in Siaya, it's a trend whereby most of our suspects are subject to mob injustice. And once these people have been picked by the police, it's the responsibility of the police to ensure that these people are taken to hospital. But once we go to the hospital, we find out that the hospital administration is not ready to treat this person. So it's a dilemma to police officers. So I request, it's an issue whereby we need to, maybe the CS, yourself and your team, kindly, sir, you need to intervene so that we can have a cordial understanding on how we can be treating our suspects. Conclusive, sir, there is a very serious concern, and this one has been addressed in so many forums, issue of drunkenness amongst officers. And this one, sir, I think we have come up with a very good solution over this matter, whereby drunken officers remain a growing challenge within the service, despite rehabilitation effort by the government. So, sir, we decided to advise the National Police Service to adopt a structured compulsory rehabilitation program to run for at least 3 months within our training facility, so that all officers, regardless of their rank, our chief inspector, so long as is Mlevi, should undergo the program together with all officers. I propose that all affected officers, regardless of their rank, should undergo the program together together in a discipline like school setting, and upon successful completion, they should graduate with a certificate and immediately be redeployed to a new environment. They should not be returned to their mother station where they came from, and they must be under close supervision. And also because we have categories, for those people who are maybe faced with the challenge of alcohol, we have the addicts, and likewise we have those people who are just habitual drunkards. So this issue should just be targeting those habitual drunkards, so that once we get these people, we take them to the training, let them be trained vigorously, when the morning run and other things that are subject to them. Then from there, immediately these people, wapelekwe Kibish, wapelekwe somewhere whereby we have some areas, because we have been there, hakuna pombe. People can be taken there, and within time, we can just get these people to be rehabilitated accordingly. So with that, sir, I wish to conclude and say thank you very much and welcome again, sir.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Mr. Wafula, please. So now we have the last speaker in this category, who is the DCC Ugunja. But as he comes, sir, the administration police have a memorandum that they would like to present to you. And I request the person who has been charged with that responsibility to present the memorandum to you. And if you are one of the people who will be in the next category of speakers, I kindly request you to come forward. David Odede, Sylvester Onyango, Rosemary Omude, Patricia Apoli, Musa Ogera, John Owino, and Mark Okoth. Please get this side.
The Cabinet Secretary, sir, the Governor of Siaya County, all the levels of security teams from Nairobi up to the sub-counties. Good afternoon. Muriaga, Chamge, Oimore Uru, Biore. My name is James Alodo, Deputy County Commissioner of Ugunja Sub-County. On my own behalf, may I take the It's okay. May I take this opportunity to register our appreciation for the ongoing Jukwaa Usalama program, which indeed is a refreshing exercise and which history will record and cement as your lasting and sustainable legacy in the management of especially security affairs of the country, as well as coordination of government business generally. Allow me, sir, to reiterate without a doubt Allow me, sir, to reiterate without a doubt that the sub-county security teams remain focused and committed to duty and efficient and effective service delivery to wananchi in line with the dictates of the new dispensation as embodied in the Constitution 2010 and bottom-up transformation agenda of the government, in bracket better. What I'm trying to say in short that the ongoing Jukwaa la Usalama is the new deal which should be sustained and enriched through value addition so that it becomes a policy matter and should be cascaded to the county level where we can quarterly have Jukwaa, county Jukwaa la Usalama on a quarterly basis. Because by looking at even the congregation gathered here, we have achieved 1 feat unknowingly. We have broken the boundaries of the national and county government, which is a good thing. It has brought synergy among the various stakeholders in the management of security affairs. And I think going forward from this meeting, it should become a policy matter which we do on a quarterly basis. Various speakers ahead of me have talked about challenges, more so with regard to mobility. But again, looking at the gathering, we are able to overcome this challenge through the culture of one government approach, through which there is sharing of resources. Like right now, yours truly has not had a vehicle for the last 1 year, but I'm able to move around because I'm using a vehicle belonging to the education department. I think that is the spirit we need to embrace. That when officers have facilities, while others lack, under one government approach, we should embrace the culture of sharing resources. Those resources belong to the government, and the government actually is the people that we serve. There are no people belonging to county government and people belonging to national government. What they require of us is service delivery. So allow me, sir, as I conclude, to invite the meeting, all of us, to embrace the letter and spirit of the Constitution 2010, which requires us to consult. Consultation means a lot, including sharing of resources. Otherwise, I want to conclude by saying this is a good thing that you have originated, and it will be your legacy permanently, and we are happy about it. With the many remarks, I thank you, and may God bless all of us. May God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luodo. Please let's appreciate him. Thank you so much. So with your permission, sir, we move to the next category of opinion leaders, and we start with the professionals represented by Mr. David Odede.
All protocols are served. I'm Dr. David Oremo, and I'm coming in from the Acacia Community Development Group. Acacia Community Development Group is a CBO based in Bondo, and we are keen on climate change governance. Sir, as you know, we are talking about security in this place. The biggest problem is in idleness, and solution to idleness is governance. And I'm happy that Governor Orengo is here, and the Speaker Okoda is here. This speech is basically about a petition that is lying at the county assembly. It's been lying there for the last 9 months. Basically, we need to access climate change funds, which are already, some of it is already available in Nairobi, but it cannot get down to the grassroots. Why? Because the Climate Change Act for Siaya is not responsive to certain requirements. So we need to do this. Now, the main thing is that we need to transform Siaya from an analog county to a digital county so that it's knowledge-based. Once we got a knowledge-based county, then we'll be able to know what's happening wherever it is. I'm sure right now where the governor is sitting, if I ask him where Gulkoyando is and what's happening there, I'm sure he doesn't know. So we need to move from an analog system to digital system. And for that to happen, we've proposed that we enact what's known as the Siaya County Development Authority. This is basically a research, an action research wing that supports the governor in doing, basically carrying out his duties. With that, I think I will end my speech there. The rest of it is written on my presentations here, which I request to give to you. Thank you.
So much, Asante sana. Please let's appreciate him. So our next speaker will be a representative of the business community, Mr. Sylvester Onyango Opunde. Mr. Onyango, please.
Habari za leo. Kwa majina naitwa Sylvester Onyango Punde. Business niko Ugunja. Kwa hii mkao ambao nimekaa kwa sauti ya Ugunja, CBO, Ugunja Sigombe Sidindi. Neno langu CS yenye naweza kuomba utusaidie kwa upande wa biashara ambao tunafanya. Tuko na shida sana kubwa kwa hii kiwanja ya biashara ambao tunafanya nje. KRA officers. Naomba wakati mnakaa kwa mikao yenyu na panel CS ya business, tunaomba at least walete mkutano karibu na wananchi. Tunapatana na shida sana. All team chief or assistant chief or protocol act, biashara iko na nafasi kubwa sana ya kuchunga nchi. Unaona biashara mingi zinaanguka kulingana na wananchi ambao wamekuwa deployed KRA. Unaweza itwa kwa ofisi ya KRA iko nyuma yetu hapa. Hiyo system hujui chochote ambayo iko ndani. Ukifunguliwa hivi, wewe kitu yenye unaona next ni kikufa. Mimi in person juzi nimeitwa Nairobi, account yangu imeitwa premium business person. Imeondolewa Siaya, imeondolewa Kisumu, imepelekwa Nairobi. Kuingia kwa ofisi napata nimepatiwa bill ya 280 million. Nilipe. Nikalia machozi hakuna mwenye alinipanguzia. Nikaeleza mkuje kwa biashara yangu mvisiting kama hiyo biashara inaweza kuwa na hiyo mkao. Bwana CS, naomba kwa nafasi ambao nimepata leo, naomba ujumbe wangu ufikise. Bwana Governor, naomba milkilio ya wafanyi biashara sauti ya Ugunja CBO ifikie serikali ya juu. Nikitoka upande wa biashara kidogo, umejua biashara inaenda na inchi, county government in Siaya. Tunaomba bwana governor yetu in Siaya utusaidie kidogo kwa maneno mengine iko inatusumbua hapa. Distribution permit. Unapata kama mimi niko biashara na niko kwa transport, unaweza kuja kununua vitu kwa duka ambao tunafanya kazi, utieleze upeleke kwa jirani hapo Butere. Butere ndio next county yenye tuko. Ukifika huko gari inakuwa clamped, unaitishwa distribution permit. Distribution permit is about 78,000. So bwana governor, tunaomba kulingana na ile mikao yenye mko ya trade, mtusaidie hapo. Unapata huyo customer amenunua mzigo kwa siku moja, hawezi kuja kesho. Ukienda clamp umepigwa, gari imeshikiliwa, mzigo imekuwa sorted na ni vitu za kuharibika. Inabidi hiyo naomba tu nichukue 7 columns. Biashara ndio inchi. Serikali na biashara ni vitu zinaenda pamoja. Naomba tu bwana governor yetu na bwana CS unipe nafasi kidogo. Inchi na biashara na serikali ni vitu zinatembea pamoja. So hiyo upande wa distribution permit in county government mnge tusaidia kama governor yetu, mtusaidie na mtrain officer yenu. Mtu akiongea nimekuja tu hapa si kujua mimi nimeletea huyu jamaa mali yake ni kama ndugu zetu ambao wanafanya hii county ya Siaya, wanaweza kuja kwa duka waseme wanunue mali utupelekee nyumbani. Ukifika umebeba nini? Nimebeba vitu fulani, fungua gari, distribution permit iko wapi? Una trade yoyote yenye muenda kufanya kwa another county. So bwana governor, tunaomba hiyo muongee mkirudi huko. Neno langu ya tatu, upande wa security team. Bwana CS, tunaomba utusaidie kwa upande wa security, upande wa DCI office. Kenya in DCI office na wananchi, kuna vitu wananchi wajui. Mimi kama hapa Sylvester Nyango Punde niko na kesi Ugunja OB 52, date ni date 26 mwezi wa 4 2024. I lose my car. Nilienda police station nikareport. Kesi ikaandikwa OB, ikaenda kwa OCS, ikaenda kwa DCI office. Ikifika kwa DCI office ni barua ambayo imefaa iende kwa Insurance Plaza na DCI office na timu wake wa kufanya kazi yenye lifaa wafanye. Juu ya interest yao ilikuwa against me. Mpaka saizi kesi yangu ukienda kwa insurance wanasema police officer waja proceed. Document ambao tunahitaji in this case. So naomba bwana CS ongea na team of DCI office kwa zile case ambao wanazipata. Wasaidie wananchi. Mimi nikipoteza gari nifike kwa ofisi ya DCI ananiambia umeuza gari yako mwenyewe ama imeibiwa. Ni swali ambao ukisikia unakuwa na hasira na gari nimepoteza 15 million. Ni report yake imefaa kama area officer for security aandike report atume kwa insurance, anakataa kuandika kwa personal interest.
Naomba ufupisha tafadhali, hatuna muda wa kutosha na tuko na viongozi wengi ambao wangependa kuongea.
Asante madam. Nimemalizia tu kama sasa nikikuja kwa upande wa bodaboda in Ugunja town, kuna issue tuko nayo mingi. Imekuwa juzi tumekuwa na death moja in Sega. Bodaboda rider alipata abiria akabeba, alikuwa anapeleka in Bumala, kufika Sega, between Sega airport to Sega town, akagongwa na soka akapoteza maisha. Ni close of my mind. Amepotea hivyo, pikipiki nayo pia imepotea. So tunaomba upande wa security itusaidie kwa vitu kama hizo.
Asante sana, thank you so much. Tafadhali kwa heshima naomba.
Asante.
Asante, mpigieni makofi. So our next speaker will be a representative of the village elders, Madam Rosemary Omude. Karibu.
Thank you, Madam. To the CS, Mr. Murkomen, all the protocol observed, and the chiefs and the assistant chiefs, good afternoon. My name is Rosemary Omudo. I want to represent the village elders and the community. We have a challenge in the community down there. The village elders, long ago, not very long, you came with a procedure that they are going to be paid. This gave a morale to them and they have been waiting for it. I just request that you implement so that at least we get the community get easier time on reporting to them, and then it goes protocol like that up to where it ends. There is a challenge in the community that people are far from the police stations, people are far from the government offices. So for that, If these administrative units can be implemented very soon, it will help the community. There are community members who never knows even how to talk to the police officer. The language is a barrier. They don't know how the police officer can be approached. So they are afraid of reporting their cases, whatever, whenever they are affected. Even if there is defilement in Alala, haikui reported. There is a special case I have here, not a case as such. There is a police station which was proposed some time back, I don't know, 2014, in our area in the West Ugenya. Remember, we are bordering the Western, just near Uganda, you can go with a bicycle. So this Nyaharwa police station was supposed to be built long time ago, and the parcel is there with the IG's name in the title deed. The land is lying there fallow. This can help the community report their when they are affected anytime. They are walking so far, maybe 10 kilometers, using border with a lot of money. So kindly, if possible, these police stations should be recognized. It's lying idle. The land is lying idle. Road network also is a problem. The community girls a problem, especially during rainy season. So they bring reports to the village elders. The village elders also cannot go far. Most of the crimes takes place at night, sana, during rainy seasons. So they know very well the police cannot reach them and anybody else cannot reach them. Even the assistant chief is afraid cannot go because he fears or she fears for their life. They communicate, but the vehicle cannot reach. So the road network also should be looked upon. Thank you so much for coming closer to us, and we are happy. Thank you.
Asante sana, mpigieni makofi tafadhali. So our next speaker will be a representative of women leaders. Anaitwa Patricia Apoli, karibu sana.
Honorable Murkomen, our beloved Governor James Bobo Rengo, all protocol observed. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hallelujah. Maneno yangu ya kwanza, Bwana CS, maneno ya wamama. Unakuta ya kwamba mama bwana yako akikufa, ama widow by profession. Unapatikana ya kwamba uwezi kuongea kwa property ya bwana yako na bwana alikutafuta kwenu akaleta kwao. Bwana CS, weka mkazo widow akwe na sauti kwa mali ya bwana yake, hasa ni lands issue. Ya pili, mambo ya based violence, gender based violence. Hatutaki. Unapata ya kwamba bwana yako akisa kufa unaletewa bwana ile ingine hujajua yeye tangu, na wanataka wakuchukue. Hiyo ni gender based violence. Hatutaki. Ya tatu bwana CS, wakati huu watoto wetu wanaenda kufanya mtihani ili ukimaliza wakati wako ya CS ya interior tupate Murkomen ingine ama James Orengo ingine. Mambo ya disco matanga, mimi kama mama nimekataa katakata. Wacha watoto wafanye mtihani bila kelele kwa area. Na hiyo nimejua Bobo Renga alimaliza na komanda ya Siaya. Ya mwisho, police na ngao, asante kwa kufanya kazi in partnership. Kwa sababu siku hizi, lakini mujaribu, sijasema mnafanya 100%. Siku hizi wa mama wale wakitoka kwa soko, lakini ninyi wa bwana pia. Kwa nini mnafanya raping? Hamuna mabibi yenu, CS. Hiyo maneno angalia, hatutaki defilement. Akifika huko mambo anakuwa kombo, lakini mwingine alisema ya kwamba mwenye kutoa nyamaza na usitoe. Weka kwa hiyo roho yako na upeleke mbele. Mwisho na mimi naenda. Ukienda kwa police station, sometimes you get there's no stationaries ile ya kuandika. Lete hiyo yote hapo na Kenya mzima, bwana CS, ili polisi yetu akwe na all documents uko nayo, na president yetu ni mtu ebu. Alete system hii ya computer nini, kila kitu. Wa mama wazee tukienda mara moja, kasi aendelee. Tunachapa kasi na president anachapa kasi, tunampigia tik. Mambo ya protection kwa wa mama, hatutaki ukienda kwa chief ama polisi ama nani. Let us work as a team, and we need harmony in this county. We need harmony, and we want to work as a team. We are the women, we are the mothers, we are the manager in the house.
Community policing initiatives and stronger collaboration between beach management units and law enforcement agencies. I suggest an establishment of a Coast Guard station at Luanda Kotieno. This will help us curb the insecurity issues that are in the beaches. Lastly, I also want to add force on non-operational administration units that were announced or that were gazetted and are not working. Kindly follow them. For example, I come from Naya sub-location, which was supposed to be a location to give birth of 3 sub-locations. It was 3-4 years ago that it was gazetted. It is not operational up to now. Kindly let us do follow-up so that we can bring services to the people to avoid trauma searching for government services. May God bless you.
Asante, thank you so much. Let's appreciate him, please. Anayefuata sasa ni kiongozi wa vijana, youth leader, John Owino. Karibu.
To all protocol observed, good evening. Karibu sana Bwana Waziri Siaya. Salimia Rais ukirudi Nairobi. I have only one point because of time. As youth, we recognize that many challenges facing our community, such as crime, drug abuse, and unemployment, affect us directly. We are not just victims, but also potential agents of change. On that, Bwana Waziri, naomba, nimeona you are the first waziri kuweka maneno ya recruitment ya police ikuwe at least online. Naomba usilegeze kamba. Mimi nimeenda 6 times until the last time naambiwa my fingerprint doesn't resemble the one in the ID. Until now I'm past even the age of recruitment. Naomba kindly ikuwe online, na ikishindikana online haiwezekani, tuiweke ikuwe kama ya NYS yenye inaanzia kwa chief. At least ukifail chief atakuelezea wewe ulianguka kwa sababu ya hii. Asante on that. On drug abuse, sisi tunachukuliwa kama ni sisi tuna abuse drugs sana. Chief alisema at least we legalize changa. Mimi kwangu nasema no. Kwa sababu kama sahi ndio tunasemekana we abuse the drug kabisa, what of tukilegalize changa, tutaikunywa namna gani sasa? And the next thing, watu wa bangi pia watasema bangi pia ifuatilie. As I conclude, yes, opportunities may provide mingi sana of employment. For example, the NYS, the kazi mtaani, but inachelewa sana, ina take time. Kazi mtaani, when I saw it last, imekawia kidogo. naomba ikuwe at least haraka haraka, ndio sisi vijana tukue busy, tuachane na hii maneno ya drug abuse and all this. Asante sana, fika Nairobi salama.
Thank you so much. Asante, mpigieni makofi. Sir, I'm informed that the students in Siaya from both the university and the polytechnic have one union. So we have two of the representatives, that is Mr. Mark Okoth and Plista Achocho. So we start with Mark. Mark.
Oh, thank you. Oh, considering the sugar level of everyone present, I want to maintain time. By name, I'm Mark Okoth, talking on behalf of Derek Oginga, the president of Siaya County College and University Students Association, under the patronage of the county secretary. I want to highlight at least 3 problems that we as youths are actually undergoing. I've heard each and every person talking on his sector. Let me also say mine. Number 1, I saw in the headline that there is going to be a recruitment of the police officers and the KDF. We are unemployed, we don't want promotions. So with all due respect, Bwana CS, tuchukulie tu watu waine tu peke yake, weke hapo, alafu mambo ikuwe sawa. Number 2, there is an incident of insecurity at Barolengo which happened and is caused by the 42 brothers, where a jaw of a comrade was cut. And this one is quite painful. I want to urge the security agencies actually to protect us as the students and youths at large, because we are the hope of the nation, but not the enemy of the nation. Again, I also want to request the leaders present to always support youth barazas, because these are the events that can help us to gather information actually to bring up the policies, because we find most of the times it is quite unfortunate. I'm not afraid to tell you this. Even if you go to these security agencies, wanakuliza nani amekutuma, umejua nani? Haifai hivyo. So kindly check on that so that we can be welcomed in all these offices. Lastly, I want also to thank the DCC, Bwana Ngetich, who have been supporting Sikokusa in the climate change mitigation. I want to request all of us actually to stand together with the youth and we make sure that everything is in order. Thank you, and may God bless all of you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate the chairman. So next is Madam Plista.
Thank you. CS Interior, our Governor James Orengo, my area MP Bondo, Sub Bondo, Ochanda, and the all protocol of Sub. Good afternoon. Oh, thank you so much. It is an immense privilege to be here. I'm speaking on behalf of the Siaya National Polytechnic as their deputy president. I'm called Achocho Plista. I will be a bit fast. First, I want to speak about the provision of the street light beside the fence of the institution. We have the insecurity cases due to that. Secondly, we have the murder cases and killing. Actually, today we are mourning one of us. Yesterday, the body was found behind the KMTC where we lost one of the comrades from the Siaya National Polytechnic. We need the security to take charge of that. The third case, we are requesting so that the security should be increased and the patrol should be taking place during the night hours for our people to be safe, including the community staying there. Fourth, we are talking about the unemployment and the idleness of some people, including the youths. We are requesting the area chiefs to include our youths on barazas, so that they can be getting notes and awareness on some jobs which are there in the government or other areas. My fifth point, the creation of awareness, I've talked about it. It should be prior and we should be told as earlier as possible. As I conclude, all people here are leaders. And I would also like to say that as leaders, be a person who is ready to assist, informed, and empower people by providing helpful, accurate information. I can't forget to introduce Mr. President is here. Wherever you are, you can wave to the congregation. Thank you so much, the Sikokusa team and the entire team, including the president from the Jaramogi Odinga University. Kindly stand up, all of you, and wave to the congregation. Sir, I would also like to request that we as leaders, we are ready to partner with you in terms of the security purposes to fight out the drug abuse in our institution, including the universities. Thank you so much and be blessed.
Thank you. Please appreciate her. Thank you so much. Sir, our next speaker will be a representative of the Beach Management Unit in Siaya County. This is a very important institution in this part of our region. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much to our able CS, Bwana Murkomen, our able governor, Bwana James Orengo, to Mr. Mjumbe Gideon Ochanda, Mjumbe Bondo, Deputy Bwana Masengeli, karibu sana Siaya. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Julius Odembo, mimi ndio msimamizi wa wavuvi. Na mimi sasa ndio host wa hii mambo yote, shida yote. Huko hapa hawa watu wote ni wala samaki. Na watu wenye hata wa kanisa tena wanaongea mambo ya uvuvi. Tumekuwa na changamoto sio hapa kwa maji. President alikuja Homa Bay akasema in 2 weeks anaenda kuongea na Bwana Museveni. Hao watu wanatumaliza hapa barini. Bwana CS. And this one is very important. Nataka unote hapo na utusaidie. Na leo tumepata suluhu kwa sababu Bwana Masengeli yako hapa na CS pia ako hapa. Hii bahari inalinda hawa watu wote na hii ndio inaleta uchumi wa Siaya County, hiyo ndio imesimamiza. Hawa watu wanakuja wameweka jeshi huko barini. Jeshi ndio wako hapo. Army. Kwa sababu wanajua kitu yenye iko hapo. Wameweka army huko, wanakuja wanatufurusha huko kwao, hawatutaki. Lakini sasa wanapita, wanakuja mpaka huku kwetu. Wanachukua sisi, wanachukua boti yako, wanapeleka huko. Wakisapeleka huko 30,000, 40,000. Na security yetu, polisi wako wanalinda sigara. Wana escort sigara yenye inaleta ugonjwa. Na sisi wavuvi wenye tunaleta usuru. Huyu Mr. James Orengo kila siku tunamsumbua. Kumbe iko watu wenye tunafaa tuongee nao. James kila siku hii mambo tunakuimbia kila siku. Kumbe iko watu wenye sasa Bwana CS vile umekuja, hii ugonjwa najua imeisha. Tuna appreciate Coast Guard waliletwa. Ukienda pande ya Mageta huko hatuna polisi ya kawaida. Polisi pia ukienda kwake aende huko barini anasema hana insurance ya maji. Ati akienda kwa maji apigwe risasi hata lipwa. Sasa Bwana CS, sisi tunajilinda wenyewe. Ukienda huko utembea usiku, wezi ndio hao. Pirates wako kwa maji hapo. Mama anachukua loan, akiweka engine yake huko, pirates wanaiba. Watu wa Malon wa Masailo wanakuja wanachukua wengine wanajinyonga. Sasa tuko na shida. Fees ndio hiyo imekuja juu. Hii watu wa education wanadanganya wazazi, wameweka pesa, watoto wanafukuzwa kila saa. Ukifika huko ambie huyo bwana nani, pesa hakuna huko. Na ukienda baharini injini imeibwa, tutafanya namna gani? Tunajua suluhu wewe ndio uko nayo. Bwana CS, leo tuko na watu walikuwa wanaitwa Chwadi, wale quick patrol unit wale. Walikuwa disbanded, lakini tuko na border patrol wenye wanalai huko nini sehemu za Homa Bay. Tunakuomba, madam kidogo tu, tunakuomba hawa watu utuletee huko Mageta, iko land. Bwana Chanda is ready, amesema pesa iko. Ukileta hawa watu tuko na udongo, wao watu waweko huko Mageta na utupatie patrol boats zile sophisticated. Hao watu tutawalinda huko, watusaidie wapambane na hao watu. Alafu hii mambo ya hipo, chief wangu alisema hipo inaturarua huko. Lakini tuko tuna watu nini wildlife wako Siaya. Tunataka utuletee hata kama ni Usenge ama Usigu ama Mageta. Alafu compensation sisi kama wavuvi tunararuliwa na mamba na hipo hakuna malipo. Road networks ya kufika baharini ilisemwa hapa. Hiyo pia mtutengenezee kwa sababu hakuna njia yenye inakuja. Nikimalizia mimi pia nilikuwa na kajambo nipitie hapo nikuambie. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, let's appreciate him. Sir, our last speaker will be a representative of people living with disabilities. Karibu tafadhali.
To our chief guest, CS Interior Government, Honorable Murkomen, our able governor, Hon James Orengo, and all protocol observed, we say a very big thank you for this day, occasion of Jukwaa la Usalama. First of all, we love to, on behalf of the PW, so we love to thank the government because in the former governments, the children with PWDs used to be left in the houses. Some are being taken to the garden to be keepers of squirrels there. But with this current government, through our chiefs and assistant chiefs, they have fished them all out, and no child with disability is hidden in the house. That is a very big prosperity to us, and we really say thank you. To our governor, Honorable James Orengo, he has done us a very good job with PWDs. In his government, we are able to have sub-county PWD representatives, which has really brought the work down to the sub-county level, and that is very good. And there is one pressing issue with PWDs. This is a very challenging issue, and I think this is the right place because this is Jukwaa la Usalama, and this can interfere with the peace of PWDs at Rarieda. In Siaya County, all the sub-counties has vocational training centers. For Rarieda, I thank the government that they have allocated money, and somehow, there is a mchezo wa paka na panya. The PWDs of Rarieda have a plot at Nyelema. The land is in the name of PWDs. But somehow, when this issue was raised, somebody diverted this project for PWDs Rarieda and have turned it into a West Assemble project. This is a very serious issue because I visited the office of the speaker, the office of the minister concerned over these issues. Now, this person is turning the Rarieda Vocational Training Center into a West Assemble project. And to make it more worse, we are not being consulted. And in our last meeting, we have resolved that we go to the street. We follow up all the procedures we get the required permissions, and we go sit down there at the Rarieda sub-county offices so that the governor can hear and know what is happening. Because our land is being grabbed, there is a developer who has already put up a business there, who has already put up a structure, not a business. The structure is at Linton level. And I think this is why we are being diverted to a place where we don't know. As PWDs, we have challenges in mobility. And if you are diverting us from a land which is just next to the road and taking us to Mahaya at a place which we don't know, a land which is not in our name, that is serious. We have tried all efforts to reach the governor, we have been turned down. But today, I thank God that I'm speaking here, the governor is here, the principal secretary is here, the county speaker is here, and they are getting it right from my mouth. Thank you, sir.
Asante, mpigieni makofi. With that, sir, we've come to the end of opinions from our leaders, and I would like to hand over to you, sir.
Tujifikie makofi. Makofi tena. Wale wametembea huko nje, tuketi chini tumalize mkutano. Ningependa tusimame wote kwanza, because I know you are all tired. Tufanye hivi. Pande huu ingine. Asante sana, ketini. Thank you very much. I will be very brief. Ni respond to some of the issues mmesema. Alafu nipatie mheshimiwa waheshimiwa wenzetu wako hapa. There are very few of them. Alafu tunamaliza. Kwanza kabisa nataka kushukuru sana. Ile kuongea kwenu mmeongea vizuri, mmeongea free. Wengine tunakubaliana nao, wengine hatukubaliani. Lakini kama vile tulisema, tutachanganya yote na tupeleke ile mazuri isonge mbele. Kwanza wacha niseme kabla sijajibu maswali ama some of the things that have been raised here. Pia nyinyi mmeniongelesha, so niko na mambo machache ya kusema. Number one, kabla hatujafikiria sana kuhusu hii mahitaji yetu sisi kama ma chiefs, OCS, facilitation, magari, nini, extraneous allowance, na mambo mengine, nataka tujikumbushe kwanza kwamba wenye tuko hii nyumba hapa ndani tuko na bahati sana. Sisi ni wachache kwa Kenya ambao mwisho ya mwezi tunalipwa salary na tuko na slip yenye tunachukua pesa hata kama ni kidogo tuko nayo. We are a very small percentage, maybe 1% of the entire republic kwa wote wenye tuko public service. Kwa hivyo kwanza lazima tujiulize leo ni kwa nini tulichukua hii kazi. Siku yenye wewe uliapply kufanya hii kazi, why? And that's something we must remind ourselves every day. Because sometimes ile desire ya kutafuta pesa inatufanya tusahau kulikuwa na kiini ya sisi kutafuta kazi hii. Kuna machiefs hapa waliandikwa kazi less than 2 years ago, hata hawajapata salary. Wako wapi? Kuna mwenye wako? Simameni. Nione, wenye hawajalipwa bado. Wamekuwa wakingojea. Asante sana. Etini. Chief, si wewe uliandikwa kazi 2 years ago? Si ulipoenda interview ulikuwa unajua hakuna gari, hakuna ofisi. Ya? Si ndio? Hakuna ofisi, hakuna gari. Si wewe ni mtu ya hiyo location? Na vile ulienda interview si uliulizwa swali, kaambiwa utafanyaje kazi na hakuna ofisi? Ukasema ofisi ni ya nini? Mimi ni creative. Pale popote nitakuwa ni ofisi yangu. Si ukweli? Na kwa sababu mlikuwa na interview watu 20, wakaona wewe mwenye umekubali unaweza fanya hata kazi bila ofisi, wakakupatia. Mwingine akauliza please Keti. Mwingine akaulizwa sasa wewe sasa wewe utafanya kazi namna gani na hakuna motorcycle? Akasema mtu ufanyie nini motorcycle kwa location yake? Si mimi nimekuwa nikizunguka hapa, nikitembea na kwa mguu. Sasa saa hizi ukiambiwa kwa nini huja respond wapi, unasema sina motorcycle. We must remember, even these OCSs who are here, they're among the cadre of police officers who perhaps are the only person who was picked at that time kwa location yake, because walikuwa wanachukuliwa wachache, na alipoenda recruitment walikuwa wengi, na wewe ukachukuliwa. Sasa wewe umesahau, because it was 20 years ago, umesahau kwamba you are among the very few Kenyans who have gotten a job that many people want to do this job and they are unable to get the opportunity. So, number one is to remember always that you have a job. Understand what is your job. All of us who are here are leaders. Leaders. Meaning that the people are expecting certain things from you, and they're expecting certain behavior from you. You are a leader. As a chief, by the time unaitwa chief, you must respect yourself so that the community can respect you. As an OCS, by the time you are reaching a stage ya kuwa OCS, you are a leader in your community. There is no way utaenda certain division na wewe hujatangamana na watu wa sehemu hiyo, ujui hata nani ni wapi, pastor ya hapo ni nani, nani ndio imam, nani anaenda kanisa gani, hata ugani na community hapo. How will you be helped? I am so surprised that tunaweza kuja hata mkutano kama hii na we are complaining. Chief anasema tuko na shida, polisi wanatusumbua, ukienda huko wanapendua evidence, polisi wanasema chief hawatusaidii. That is why we are failing. Because kama wewe ni OCS, forget about chief na assistant chief. For your job to succeed, you need first cooperation ya mama mboga, villagers wenye wako hapo, people of all cadre. So the first thing ukifika area fulani unajiuliza kwanza, stakeholders wenye watanisaidia nifanye kazi mzuri hapa ni nani? Unasema mtu ya boda, watu wa small traders wenye wako hapo, unaona vikundi ya kina mama, unaona youth leadership kwa area hiyo, unaenda sasa elected people like the MCA. At the MCA nakwanga mbali because maybe MCA because it's within a particular division. By the time unafika MP, umemalizana your local leadership hapo. Sasa kama tutakuja mkutano kama hii na OCS ako na kesi na chief, CEO by the time inafika wananchi, that is a problem. Now I'm told in some places, I was told, the fight is always who controls the market. Sinamna hiyo? Kuna hii kitu ya kupigana na chang'aa. So chief anajua lazima OCS akubali kwamba chief ako na uwezo ya kushika watu ya chang'aa. Because nikienda raid kama chief, nitaonwa vizuri kama mimi ndio in charge. Nitaokopwa na watu ya pombe. Of course unajua kuonwa, mimi nasema ni kuonwa aje. Haya sasa OCS anasema hapana, huyu na polisi wake, huyu anaharibu market. Yeah? Analeta ule mtu wa pombe chief ameleta, OCS anakuja kurelease. Ati ndio huyo chief ajue kwamba yeye hana uwezo ya kupambana na pombe. Ndio market ikuwe tu ni direct inakuja kwa nani? Kwa OCS. So part of the reason why we are not working together is not because supremacy ya nini, hapana. Ni corruption ndio inatufanya tunang'ang'ania nani will have control. So we have to deal with that issue, because why would you disagree with a chief he is willing to help you do your job? Why would you disagree with a villager? Why? You know, you have to provide proper leadership. There must be partnership and working together. You must understand your job. Kuna chiefs wako tu lakini hawajui job yake ni nini, hawafanyi research, hawasikii mtu yoyote, hawasikii anything, wako tu. Hata wakifika opinion, mkutano ikiitwa kwa location, chief akitaka kusimama, naona villagers wanamwambia wewe chief kaa chini kwanza. Wacha ule mzee, unaona ule mzee wacha atuongeleshe kwanza wewe chief. Chief unaweza funga baadaye. Na wakati chief anasimama kuongea watu wanaondoka kwa sababu wanajua hii chief mlevi huyu. Ule wanachukua hongo, nani hako na time ya kusikia hii mambo yake. So you must understand your job. You must be the authority in your community. You know? Must find a way of ensuring that you are always above the others in terms of knowledge. Soma. Uwe ukisoma ama hujawahi soma, sikiza. Siku hizi you don't have to read. Unaweza Google, uweke simu yako usikie. Sikie mambo ya SHA leo, mambo ya housing, mambo ya nini, na ukichukua notes. Understand the job you are doing. Na usiende baraza chief na useme ati I don't know. Ta ukiuliza swali ngumu uambie what is Pythagoras theorem, useme tu we are still consulting with sub-county DCC. There's no way you can say I don't know. Watu waende nyumbani wakisema ayo chief niliwaambia ajui kitu. Kuna chief ajui kitu kwa location yake. So tunajua wote what's going on. Ukweli ama sio kweli? Chief anajua nani alilala wapi, aliamka saa ngapi, anaendanga na nani. Nini, si nyinyi ndio mnaandika ile karatasi ya recommendation ya kupata ID. Kaambia chief huyu kijana ni nani? Sema ni Otieno, lakini Omondi ana claim ni yake. So tuandikie Omondi kwa sababu anafikiria ni yake, lakini mtoto ni Otieno. Kama nyinyi mnajua hiyo mambo yote, itakuwa kweli bangi na pombe? You know all these things. As a chief, make sure that you are above the others. And you can be innovative. Ukiona ujui kitu fulani, tafuta kijana kwa hiyo locality, mtu amesoma. Wale vijana machachari walikuwa hapa, ama mtu amesoma. Unaona wale watu wa CBO na NGO na nini wanapenda kuongea vizuri sana na wamesoma. Sasa wewe unajifanya tu nini, unapeleka yeye kwa baraza, naambia watu kwa baraza, kabla niko na maneno mingi sana. Kabla sijaongea, kuna huyu bwana ako na mambo machache. Na wewe unawaachilia yeye aongee. Wakati anaongea wewe naandika notes. Naandika point. Ikifika 30 minutes unasimama unasema bado niko na maneno ya 1 hour. Lakini naona nyinyi, nimeona watu wamechoka. Mnataka niendelee ama tufanye baraza? Of course watu washachoka sema hii ya nani imetosha siku nyingine. Watu wanasema kama chief anaweza lete huyu na aseme mzuri hivi, sembuse chief mwenyewe zako na maneno mazuri bingi, na utakuwa umeponyoka. Next time ukirudi unaenda kusoma ile notes, unakuja sasa ku revise. Kwa hivyo you must leverage on the resources you have, creativity, because of the job you have. Number 2, you must, one of the things that is making it very difficult for us to serve is corruption. Ni wizi. And I have already explained to you some of those things. Sisi wote, why we are losing even respect, ni kitu kidogo. Kufanya mambo ya succession, you are taking money from the bigger family. Facilitate certain defilement cases, you are colluding with the criminal to discourage witnesses, harassing them. Maybe you chiefs as hapo, polisi mwenye alikuwa investigator, you are colluding to do those things. Ukiwa barabara, wewe unachukua kitu kidogo. Na sijasema, I've been using the example of traffic. Traffic is because it's just most talked. Lakini corruption is permeated everywhere. And it's important for all of us to face it as it is. Yes, it is okay, Bwana Base Commander kusema, hata wananchi wanalete tu. Kwanza, there is a base commander yesterday who told us in Homa Bay, hata hatuchukuangi. Hao watu wanatupa tu, tunaokota kwa chini, nasema kuna pesa hapa. Hadi pesa imeangushwa hapa ni ya nini? Ati wakati bado unatafuta mwenyewe unaweka mfuko, mwingine atatupa tena unachukua. So, we are looking for all excuses to run away from corruption. Please, let's face it. If we don't deal with corruption, it will wind up our system. And the best way to deal with corruption is Jukwaa la Usalama mashinani. To have accountability mechanisms that go to the local level. At least, like someone proposed, maybe quarterly, ama twice in a quarter, or once in a 2 months, mkuwe na baraza ya kujiuliza kwa division. OCS wako hapo, chiefs wako hapo, na wananchi wako. Nasema, how can we make our location or division better? Hapo ndio mtaambiwa, muache hongo, mfanye nini, there will be more accountability. One of the reasons why hamtaki mkutano is because wewe unajua usitaki kutolewa gia hapa mbele ya wananchi. There is need for level of accountability. That's why the Constitution talks about civilian authority. The civilian authority are the people you elected to be in office. So it is the wananchi themselves that should get feedback from the work we are doing. If we do so, hatutakuwa na hii fight ya kusema police na wananchi wanakosana. Hata wale wanachoma police station wananchi wenyewe wata defend police station because they will say this is our police station. Tumekubaliana jameni? Mmenisikia? I have many things to say, but let me say that for now. And also add that now that we have sat here, there are certain things you have raised that are related to this county before I come to your welfare. Number one, ni kitu ya shida ya baharini. We were told in Busia, we were told in Migori, shida yenye iko huko Muru Bay, that's the only place we have a border patrol unit. Kwa that side, tumeambiwa jana kwa Homa Bay, and I'm sure Kisumu also the same issues will be raised. We are cognizant of this fact, and for the BMUs who are here, kwamba, we are a bit weaker in terms of our numbers. And so we have a plan to increase the border patrol units along the lake. And after this recruitment to increase the numbers, that is something we are going to put as part of Jukwaa la Usalama resolution. We are going to work together. And there is a plan to build also offices or port of entries or areas where border patrol units Coast Guard are going to operate in. Already there is work that's going on here. Governor alikuja siku ngine mpaka ofisi yangu na waheshimiwa. We're building something in Usenge. Now it is the police had to leave some of its lands ndio hiyo ijengwe. Kuna the other places that have been mentioned, we are going to set up bases for the Coast Guard. In our modernization equipment, we are also we are getting some new boats, better boats that can help in manning the lake. But more importantly, tuko na joint cooperation na Uganda. And we had a meeting, and Mheshimiwa Joho aliambiwa to work together with the Minister of Agriculture from Uganda to see how and fisheries on how to deal with the issue of shared resources in the lake. You also need to appreciate that sometimes also a good job has been done by Coast Guard. Wali arrested some people, now kapelekwa kotini huko Busia, Uganda. So there's some areas that we are progressing, but we can do better. Pia the BMUs mtusaidie. As we sort your problem, sort our security problem also, because kuna contrabands in the future through the fishing. That the BMUs should also come out and work with security team to deal with contrabands, alcohol, cigarettes, hiyo high five ya kutoka Uganda inaletwa through the sea, and it is also yourselves that have a role to play. Number two, hii county yetu tuko na challenge ya mambo ya defilement and gender-based violence. And mama amesema na watu wengi wamesema hapa, part of the reason is because of repugnant cultural practices like disco matanga. I don't know where disco inakutana na matanga. There was a time disco was disco, matanga was matanga. This one was dancing, this one was mourning. Sijui walikutana wapi ikakuwa at is one thing. I think that's something we need to deal with. And the best way to deal with is to deal with the families that are burying their loved ones, to engage them. If you know there is a funeral in a particular place, engage them. And let's agree, kusema this is not, we are not going to allow this because it's going to affect us in 1, 2, 3, 4 ways. It's also good to deal with it through barasas. And that is what we discussed in Western, because it's also prevalent in that area. And it's helpful when you have engagement through barazas, through nyumba kumi, and you're engaging the people, even as we look for legislative ways of addressing those issues. Again, mambo ya defilement, chiefs and assistant chiefs, please do not accept to use alternative dispute resolution mechanism over a kangaroo court ya village huko kuacha mambo ya watoto. You know that is a very serious issue, and you are in a position of responsibility. All these cases should be brought to the police station and then onwards through the justice system. Please, let's deal with this issue because it's very prevalent here, an entire Western and Nyanza region up to Bomet there, and then some places in Eastern. We really need to do something about defilement. Defilement is of great concern to us, and it's concern in this area. On issues of murder, part of the people, why you need to know that murder here is perpetuated by fighting over land, some of which a lot of it is about succession. Alafu ingine ni mambo ya competing for resources, and then robberies, stealing of livestock, mambo ya mining and all those conflicts. I think we need to also address the root cause. The police have promised to do further operations to make sure that we deal with these criminal gangs that have been operating here. A lot of work has been done. There was a time 42 Brothers was a big problem in this region, but we can do more so that we can make sure that we sort out these issues. That is the IG has a way, he knows what he's going to do. There is an operation plan that we put in place, and the IG is going to deal with it. Thank you very much, IG. On the question of alcohol, drugs and illicit alcohol, again, I am very happy. Siaya is one of the counties where there is good interagency working relationship, but we can enhance that. I agree that there are certain licensing issues, testing issues, and so forth. Yes, the chief has proposed kwamba the reason why something is called illicit is because it has not gone through the legal system. So it's not for me to know whether it will be called changa or it will be called Siaya drink or it will be called what. It's not my problem. The problem is that anything that is not licensed, that is not approved, anything that's not approved is illicit. So we deal with it. If we want to get it approved, that is now manufacturing processes and all those other issues that we can be able to go through. I don't want anyone to leave here and say mkutano huu ulipitisha kwamba kutoka leo kwenda mbele changani mzuri tusonge mbele. Mwenye atasema ni mzuri ni KEBS and other agencies that are dealing with food and drinks and so forth. That process is there, and it is important for us to respect that process, because then it's the only standard way. That's why even Busa is being licensed, because then before the license, you are told about the process of manufacturing, and then you get a license and so forth and can be monitored, so that watu waziweke nguo za ndani na kufanya nini, kufanyisha watu wakunywe vitu chafu. Again, we will continue our crackdown on drugs and alcohol. Most of the alcohol here, interestingly, there is no adulterated ethanol that is really highly distributed here. Most of it is just as on transit. So the real issue actually is the changa, and the chief has really applied his mind. And when we will have another discourse elsewhere, I think there's a lot of things we agree with him, and most of you agree with him that we must, incorporate the proper ways of processing so that we can sort out the question. Because the only reason why some of these things are illicit is a failure for approval, not because the content is substandard or whatever you can say. Then we need to know what is the standard number for that drink that is manufactured where, whatever the name is going to be called. The other issue of this area is mining, unregulated mining. Again, we have agreed that we will hold a meeting with Ministry of Mining to think through the whole problem from Kakamega, Busia, Hapa, Migori. Migori is even worse. In the place I went to Migori, kila mahali mechimbwa chini ya nyumba, kando, nini, barabara. It is important that this thing be dealt with. It's health hazard, it's also environmental hazard, and it is also a cause of conflict. We need to follow the proper process, register these cooperatives, SACCOs for the artisanal miners, and then regulate it so that then they can be able to do their business in the right way. The other issue, something I wanted to emphasize here that the pastor raised was about religious extremism. Initially, religious extremism was considered to be a problem with the Muslim faith. But now we have a big problem with Christian faith. So extremism is extremism depending on. And I don't think it can be called Christian faith. It's just that those who are posing as Christians, because that's not Christian doctrine. Just the same way that those who are using Muslim faith to mislead people are doing the same. I want to say that it's important here in Siaya, we cooperate the security sector. Chiefs, please. What happened to this thing of being brother's keeper? When you hear that there's a problem in certain part of the community, call Baraza, talk, create awareness. The story of Jared, is he called Jared, the guy who left here, all the way after being rescued in Chakama Ranch and brought all the way to Siaya. left here again all the way with his children to the same neighborhood. Na akaenda kusupervise watoto wake one by one, wakistarve to death. It is just unfortunate. And you know, no matter what we say about security, nobody will police everybody everywhere. So the only way is to have community cooperation so that we can be able to deal with this issue. And Siaya is also vulnerable because of that. And I think all of us need to deal with this issue. You have raised the issues of your welfare. So larger ni summarize. One, nimewaambia for the village elders, that issue is being dealt with. I have done the CAB memo. I'll present the CAB memo to cabinet. Once cabinet gives directions, we will see how to facilitate village elders, not to give them salary. Government is unable to give salary to village elders because those who are salaried are employed in a particular way. But facilitating so that they can do their job, they have airtime, they have a torch, they have gumboots, they have something, umbrella, you know, and something small. They can pay for SHA and so forth. That's something we are thinking through. Number two, administrative units which are here. Some date back to 2016, 2017. I have realized that also compared to the population, some of the locations, sub-location, your requests on these administrative units are very justifiable. But we received a very small budget the other day. We are sitting after next week when we are done with Jukwaa to look at the map of the country and see the little money we have received once there's an exchequer release, how many locations can we operationalize, how many sub-locations, who needs more, who has been marginalized for long, and I'm sure this county is going to get at least the operationalization of the sub-county and divisions and some of the locations and sub-locations. On the issue of your promotions, I have already said that. Career progression for the chiefs and assistant chiefs, we will work with Public Service Commission so that we anchor it properly, including making sure that there is no overlap between the ACC and the chief. Sometimes the ACC is supervising the chief, but the chief is up in terms of ranking. We also need to show how will a chief progress, even if when they reach principal chief, what next? Or, you know, how can we expand the whatever? Most of you have requested that we start with a job group higher because where the job group you are. And then we need to know for how long one can be in one job group, you know, up to for what period of time. And that applies everybody to the ACCs. The ACCs are also asking about the promotion from 2021 that will be sorted at least 4 years. Is not as worse as the cases of 10, 15 years. That one is going to be dealt with. And also the ACCs who are yet to go for training, about 300, we are going to sort that issue. As I said earlier, we want to have a clarity on how to promote police officers and how also to transfer them. That after this, that policy will be established and made sure that it is properly in place. Many of you, especially Ngao officers, have said that if transfer are to happen, the time it happens, let it happen at the end of the year so that those who are with their children in their workstation can prepare for a different school for their children the next financial year so that people are not paying school fees in the middle. On the matters of extraneous allowance and all those other issues, including the AIE, we are going to have to look at it based on the budget and see how to rationalize and timely delivery so that it can facilitate your services. These things require very huge budget. So there has to be clear engagement of different sectors, treasury, ourselves, public service, and then our parliament can be able to budget accordingly. There are certain things that are straightforward, like uniform. Uniform, since 1963, every chief was going to Embakasi to get a uniform. True or not true? And sometimes the uniform was not of the right size. Yeah? Ilienda huko Makueni huko. No, it was Kitui. Kapata chief mwingine, haona sura ni mwanaume lakini ni kama amevaa marinda. Kumbe longi yenye alirushiwa kwa Embakasi ilikuwa kubwa. So hata hapa katikati huwezi ona inatembea. Nikauliza why were you given that? Akaniambia ati tuliambiwa ati nilirushiwa, nikasema mimi ni mwepamba. Ati nikaambiwa ati jikaze huko mbele, enda ujaribu na fundi. Kabla hajapatana na fundi, waziri akakuja, so akavaa ndio akuje mkutano. So nimesema uniform ipelekwe sub county. Mlipata uniform zetu kwa sub county, si ndio? The latest uniform was delivered at sub county level for the first time. And nimesema kila mtu apimwe itoshie size yake. Kuna issues ya mobility pia we are dealing and so mmeshasikia also pia kwamba all expecting chiefs, ngao officers, police officers sasa wakuwe pia na uniform yenye they can wear when they are maternity. Hiyo ni kitu kubwa sana kweli yenye inashinda watu kununua nguo tu ya maternity, na inaweza kuwa debate ya Kenya mzima. Ati mtu akikuwa expectant anaambiwa asenda uvae nguo yenye unataka mpaka mwaka moja, mwezi 9 ishe, kama mwezi 4 mwezi 5. So we have said that we should also facilitate our officers to get their uniform kama wamevaa maternity dresses. Ya mzuri sana. Yeah. Ulikuwa una survive aje? Officer. Unavaa civilian. Inakubalika sasa tuvae uniform. Yeah. Ni mzuri tuwe na uniform ya wamama.
Yeah, it is okay, sir. We'll appreciate.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Haikuwa yangu, niliambiwa huko Kirinyaga. Naambiwa tunataka uniform. So pongezi. And then so your uniform ikwe tumekubaliana 1 month, is it 1 month? Within a month. Yeah, within a month. Wenye wanakuwa expectant waanze kupewa uniform within the next 1 month. Thank you very much DIG for all the ngao nini na nimesikia huko na chiefs wenye wako expectant, so nitakuja huko. Alafu what was the other issue? Mobility is a big challenge. Magari, true. There is a procurement process going on for the police that should be ready in the next I hope by December. There has been back and forth between Treasury and ourselves. I hope we can be able to do another leasing of 3,000 vehicles, and then we distribute fairly, you know, depending on the need. Please, magari kikuja, I like what the DCC said. We must share. Yeah, tutumie sisi wote. Usiseme mimi ni wa AP, siwezi patia wa KPS. Mimi ni wa polisi, siwezi peleka DCC, siwezi peleka ACC. Let's share together because these are government resources. Let's pull resources together so that our work is done. I really know that the chiefs have said about their motorcycles. It's important, and we will see what we can do. But also don't stop working, waiting for the motorcycle, because you are within your locality. The people who have suffered most in the ACCs. ACCs ndio wanaumia, wanatembea na moto nini, wanatembea na boda. Imagine DO wa zamani, siku ya kina Orengo walikuwa wanafukuzwa na DO wasifanye rally. Sasa DO wa siku hizi anatembea na boda, hata na Land Rover. Lazima tuone vile tunaona ACCs ama namna gani? Ama mnaonaje? Si namna hiyo. Hata tukiwa na gari mbili kwa sub county yenye itasaidia ACCs to do their job, it will be very good. Yeah. Madam ACC, wewe ni ACC? Wewe ni ACC wa wapi? Sasa kuna wakati unaenda kazi na motorcycle? Unaenda job na motorcycle?
Yes, sir.
Hebu muangalie huyo madam kweli. Amebebwa na jamaa wa boda. Alafu kwa sababu anaona kabisa amebeba ofisa, anamwambia ofisa shika vizuri. Na akikataa anakanyaga brake, so hakuna excuse. Inaharibia serikali. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Niliambiwa huko Makueni na ACC mwingine kwamba alikuwa amebebwa kabisa na a lady ACC amebebwa kabisa na motorcycle. Wakati mtu wa bodaboda aliona mkutano akakuwa excited, akaweka madoido, wakaanguka. Kofia yake ikapingirika. Ati mtu akashout kwa mkutano akasema serikali imeanguka. So we need to take care of the ACCs, and we understand that. DCCs, please facilitate the ACCs. Yeah, we will find ways of keeping at least a car, maybe kwa every sub county ya kusaidia ACCs when we do the whatever. But please facilitate them, watembee kwa heshima. I know some of you are living behind kiosks. Sisi nyumba yake ni na anakaa nyuma iko kwa bar na bar iko hapa inapiga kelele, yeye analala hapa, alafu akitaka kuoga anabeba maji kwa bucket akienda bathroom yenye iko mbali huko. So those are some of the things we want to sort with housing project. There is a plan kujenga 17,000 houses for police officers. And in most of our counties we'll distribute fairly to housing project. Tukijenga sasa hata kama ni town hapa kwa police headquarters hapa. Even if you are living in an outpost, even if you are operating from outpost, at least if you come to stay in a police station, it is easier as we progressively build this for the police stations. Pia kuna infrastructure challenges that we are trying to deal with. I want to request my brothers and sisters who are in parliament tutumie CDF sasa tusaidie our chiefs and our assistant chiefs, but also our OCSs to build good police stations and maybe housing where we can. But more importantly, good infrastructure of offices, because most of the police stations are neglected across the country. Even where we have multi-billion county projects, utaona our whole port inajengwa, but the police station next door ni ya 1940 something. Na ni kitu kadogo. We have to do something about it, and that is why I'm the one who asked that those pictures itumwe. Now we are analyzing the various police stations, the state of many of the police stations, and it's embarrassing. I'm happy that through Jukwaa, because we have raised awareness on these issues, wananchi wengi sana ninaona wanatuma mapicha kwa social media. Police station ya this constituency, police station ya hii constituency ni mbaya, inaleta hata juzi mimi nilienda kakimbia nikaenda kujenga yangu, nikatafuta marafiki nijengange tukitafuta budget, because niliona wataweka kwa Facebook. Na sasa watasema sasa waziri anaongea mambo mingi, angalia police station yake ya nyumbani huko. So all of us can do something about it, and where the county can help us of course your former waziri governor, we see how we can be able to assist each other to have good police stations where the resources allow, and we can sign agreement between the counties and the national government to facilitate these issues. Because of time, I know so many things have been raised. Mutanikubalia tu ni summarize a few of them. I was trying to summarize, but let me, just in case I forgot something serious, let me look at what you said about this place. Ngapu, we will, we are in the process of, in days, we shall announce the days for recruitment of about 10,000 police officers. And if we do so, we will now operationalize the Ngapu and also strengthen the police presence kwa mashinani. Mambo ya police transport, I've said that. Mambo ya package for officers. Mambo ya regional training, I agree completely. Training is what is missing. We have begun to bring back training. Hata juzi OCSs, some of you were in Nairobi for the conference. And we will do it until all the OCSs are trained, and then we need to continue the training, like you've said, and we're working on making sure that there is a budget in National Police Service to continue training. Mambo ya specific areas where you raised issues, we are going to deal with that. County ICT system, best police. I agree with this reward system where you have best police officers, best police stations, and so forth. And this has been proposed also in a number of counties where we have been, and we will work on that. Mambo ya team building, I agree. Civil registries. Civil registries, I've said that latest next year by April, all the counties, all the constituencies must have a civil registry to start with, as we work to go closer. And by December, I have said 2 of them must open a civil registry office in this county to take services closer. Mental wellness, I agree. ICT, withdrawal of cases, village elders, acting OCSs, all those issues here, acting OCSs, the IG is going to deal with it. Mambo ya health cover, it's being reviewed. Your health cover for the police officers is being reviewed with a view of incorporating the issues you're raising here. Mambo mingi, rehabilitation center, hiyo ni ya governor. Jenge Rehabilitation Center, Weke Lights, serious places. What we have said for our students is that because of unique security challenges that we face, our students and their dean of students should be incorporated or invited to sub-county sub-county security committee meetings so that you can discuss their challenges at the sub-county level. The same to border. You need to incorporate them because they are a very important team, or the transport sector generally. Their leadership should be able to come together. But the uniqueness of border ni ile maneno tunasema wanaingia mpaka huko ndani. I think that prisons, we have captured your issues, mambo ya wildlife, compensation, and so forth. This and many others are very important. In our social media pages, I think there are also some questions people are raising. Mike Wakadenge, anasema, there is a group of youths calling themselves 42 brothers who are killing and injuring wananchi without mercy. Chiefs and assistant chiefs know them, but they have been doing nothing. It's actually not chiefs and assistant chiefs who should do something. The OCSs, we need to do something so that we can make sure that we do proper enforcement. If people are a criminal gang, those are people who are lethal, and it is us to do enforcement. And I understand the challenges we have. Some are saying being arrested, judiciary releases, DPP returns the file. Let's work together in a multi-agency forum. You have got users a forum in every county that can be used to thrash out issues that attach with us and the judiciary. There is a lot of insecurity in Siaya County as a whole. People are being butchered like animals. No, this is an exaggeration. Siaya is safe. It's good for investment. There are challenges of insecurity here and there, like any other county, but it is not even as severe as sometimes can be exaggerated in such statements. So, Bwana Wakadenge, whereas we agree that we have challenges, Siaya is safe, it's a good place for investment, people are going about their business. We have challenges for security and we will deal with them. But it is not to the extent of saying people are being butchered every day. That is not the language for this place. At least that's not a security assessment. Paul Oyuga Oriaro, kindly establish a police post at North Yimbo Chief Office, Usigu Sub-County, to curb the increasing case of insecurity around the area. Wapi mtu anatoka North Yimbo, chief wa North Yimbo? Ako wapi? Ama ni ma-chiefs? Chief, iko shida huko nataka police post? No, you don't need the mic. You don't need the mic. It's just okay. You have shida kama hiyo? OCS wa area hiyo? Wapi OCS mwenye anakava North Yimbo? Ni Usenge, eh? Do we need a police post like this man is saying? Okay, so you need to do the assessment and then escalate it accordingly. You find out whether it is necessary and whether we are able to do it and we have the strength to do so. Leonard Wasonga, kindly do a spot inspection of matatus over all public transport overload passengers. That is true all over the country. Now, this is where it is not just the traffic department, it is also members of public. Matatu inabeba 14 na unajua. Na we bado unaingia unasema tu tupendane tuingie. We also need to take responsibility as citizens. Because if that matatu ikipata accident, we are losing lives because of that irresponsibility. We need officers, Yunde police post. We will see what we can do. As a resident of Siaya, one challenge that we do face, that was Onya Aindo, na mwisho Opondo Lawrence. As a resident of Siaya County, one challenge that we do face is that our police officers do not have houses. They live in houses that resemble those that were used by colonialists. Kindly address the issue of plus patrol vehicles and motorbikes. That is true, Opondo, and that I had answered earlier that that's some of those issues we are dealing with. Mimi nashukuru sana. Kwa hivyo, sasa at least nimeattempt kujibu. You will see all your issues captured based on the memoranda you gave us and the things you raised here and the ones that were already given to us by the county security team. It's now my opportunity to invite Honorable Chanda on behalf of the members of parliament here so that you can recognize the speaker, or let me call the speaker. The speaker, please recognize the MCAs, sema neno moja, ita Mheshimiwa Ochanda, ni kama hakuna mtu mwingine ana recognize, alafu aite Mheshimiwa Governor. Si namna hiyo, alafu tumalizie hapo. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Makofi mazuri kwa Bwana CS. Bwana CS, this is the political class. I may not be a politician, but I work with politicians. When we see you here from this region is ODM stronghold. It sounds irrelevant, but we remember when you used to be in ODM with Baba, you are a staunch supporter. And every time you used to be on TV, we could all be glued there. Can you clap for the CS? When I see us, this is the best opportunity you've given us. And to the political class, when the police officer mentioned that you have security officers, that those security officers can also be a threat to security. I received a message from one of those security officers, and they said, the message said, huyo mngwana leo anatukana, hatutaki, lakini juzi tulipokuwa Nairobi wakati wa maandamano tuliwasaidia polisi. So he said, we should appreciate them much as they work within the law. Sina mengi, lakini nataka kusema kwamba Bwana CS, just one. You mentioned in your response that Siaya is a very peaceful place. Indeed, it is not as hostile as reported elsewhere. But I'll request, as I introduce MCAs, that just 2 MCAs from Game to give you the picture about security situation in Game. Then you will indeed appreciate that much as it is not as bad, but the deaths are threatening because the manner in which they are executed. May I introduce members of the County Assembly by way of standing? I'll just recognize you. Muamke tafadhali, kama kuna mic wapewe. Hakuna kuzungumza, ni kujitambulisha. Or I just the only politicians who are here. Please, please, please. Just your names, please. I know there's no time. Just your names, please. In the interest of time, if you speak much, I will then take it back.
I'm Jambo.
Just say your name.
Shalom Odoro Tino.
So?
Representing youths.
Please, from wherever you are, or move closer. Make it easy for us. I don't want to introduce you in chorus, but if you
Good
do
afternoon. I'm Anna Wansila also, presenting marginalized women in Siaya County.
Justus Oguta Ubuya, West
Very
Uyoma.
good, very good. Please, quickly, quickly.
Freddy Kodhiambo, mimi ndio msimamizi wa walemavu Siaya County.
Thank you.
Philip Oluoch, North Game.
Songesha microphone huko tafadhali haraka haraka.
Udwar Peter, Ukwala Ward.
Thank you.
Susan Okwiri from Game. Kindly, Mr. Speaker, allow me to just make one statement. I would request the Cabinet Minister to assist us in Game. Game is leading in homicide and the femicide. As a woman leader, I would really request, as much as we are working well with the, your team in Game Sub-County, Wagai, where I come from, and our sister Gemu Yala that we work together, we kindly request you to look for a comprehensive approach to end these incidents that are in Game for the safety of our women, men, and the girls, the school-going girls in Game. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rose Rabinya nominated. Alice Odhiambo nominated, Alega of Song.
Dora Bonyo nominated from South Game Ward.
Thank you.
Eunice Israel Achieng Ndolo, MCA South Sakwa Ward.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm CPA Marco Keo, MCA West Assembly.
My name is Mercedes Scholastic Amado, and I also just want to mention, Mr. CS, that we are bringing up a bill called Siaya Widows Protection Bill, and these issues that were talked about, terrorists, are going to be addressed there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buka Washington Bonyo, North Oyama.
Thank you.
Edwin Otieno representing Ugunja Ward, also the majority leader Siaya County Assembly.
Omondi Michael, South Oyama.
When I see Omondi Michael is friends with your friend Kibet Mashamba. Very close friend, he lived there.
Podo John, representing Sidindi Ward.
Simon Nangule, West Timbo.
Cynthia Ndar, nominated. Dorothy Oinga, representing youth.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Adala, North Ugenya.
Kinyanyi William. CS nafikiria unanifahamu, tumekuwa naye Nairobi miaka mingi tukiwa na Charles Giter na president wetu. Yangu ni machache kidogo. Bwana CS, yangu ni kuuliza, in a police station like Yala, how many police officers are we supposed to be having that OCPD? Because I think in game Yala, the police officers there, they're not enough. And I'm also having a small discussion with the OCPD. He also has a problem. When the officers being transferred there, somewhere, somehow, they influence their way. The transfer is being transferred. So this is also giving a very hard time to the officers manning those stations. So if anything can be done, that any officer above, if you've been posted to a police station, nobody should interfere with the posting. That is also really affecting the police station. All in all, Yala has been having a problem, but I think it's being managed with a few officers that we have. But something should be done, because insecurity in that area is very bad. Bwana Wafula, the only thing that you did say, me as on this side, I don't budget for you, but I provide you with motorbike to help you do patrol. You should give me
Thank you.
kidole on that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes.
Vincent Odawa, North Olega Ward.
Gordon Onguru Nyango, MCA representing East Assembly.
When I say yes, I would have wished Gordon Onguru comes from an area where there is gold mining. If you can say just in 1/4 minute.
Thank you, Speaker and the Governor and the CS. I would like, as you have said, that my area, we have artisanal mining going on. But the worst situation we have now, as a political leader, you are only looked after when an incident has occurred. Nowadays, because most of these lands are owned individually, people just start digging. And there is a lot of holes which are very hazardous to our community. So there should be some regulation and measures from the ministry to control the vice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Oduro Dongo. I'm the Deputy Speaker, Siaya County Assembly.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I'm Mocheng Baraka Seth. I represent the interest of the people of East Game. And I think I've been accorded 1 minute because the region where I represent of late was on the media about the cases of murder. I want to say that the police that we have are really trying, but as much as they are trying, in some instances, some of them lack professionalism. The instances that we have is a case whereby when the locals are ready to give information to the police, and then you find some few will want to give back the information back to the community. So people fear giving information to the police. However much they are trying, and from where we come from, as much as there have been many deaths, I want to thank the DCI and the OCS and the OCPD Wafula of Yala that they have tried. But lastly, let us also ensure that when we give out police stations and police posts, let us follow them with resources. We can't have a police station with only 4 policemen, and then we want them to handle all the cases that we have. So as much as they are trying, we should also ensure that we improve on that. I've said that, but it's not the first time I'm meeting you.
Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Murkomen, the last time I was with you, the timing was very poor, and things were not okay. But today we are here, and I hope everything will be okay. Thank you very much.
Allow me to unpack that to the crowd so that you get to know what Mheshimiwa is talking about. In all these things we do, political tolerance is important. There was a time soon after elections when Mheshimiwa Seth Baraka and two others went to Nairobi and took a picture with the CS Mheshimiwa Murkomen. That was an issue. When they came back home, we trumped up charges against them as the assembly, and they never liked it. Today, we are very happy. In fact, I'll be bringing him to your office so that we take another picture and brand it broad-based government inawezekana. Now, that is the last. May I now ask members of the county executive that are here, you just stand up. We recognize you as all the CS. County Executive Committee, thank you very much for coming. Then members of the county, not members, staff of the county assembly, wherever you are. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Lastly, Bwana CS, this is the best opportunity because we are recognizing that in all we do, even on security matters, political coexistence is important. Bwana CS, some time back there was demonstrations, and I want you to please understand this. When there were demonstrations in Bondo, a chief in that area had his home burnt down. Because there was no political tolerance, the people who were there accused him, the protesters accused him of having led the police to arrest or shoot a civilian. The police are reported to have executed this. The politicians are accused to have sponsored this. The chief is accused to have identified the person, the officer to have shot. If that happened today, because now there is political tolerance, I am sure the chief's home would not have been burnt down. That civilian would not have been shot dead. And I therefore say that in all this we do, let us strive to ensure that this political tolerance, that is what this country needs. I don't want to say much more. Allow me at this point to invite Mheshimiwa Ochanda. Na makofi tafadhali.
Now, thank you very much, CS. CS, I think from what I've seen, the interface and interaction is superb, it's good. And it's an exercise that I think you need to run on with. And you need to run on with when we escalate it beyond this, say that maybe you also take time to cluster the members of parliament and have time with them. Even after this, you can join Kisumu, Siaya again together for 1 hour or two, just to see that some of these things, like now I don't have time, but I had much to say. So if that can happen, it may help us a great deal. I only want to mention one or two things, and very quickly. The first one, the matters lake security. I think we've not taken, or the government has not taken time to understand what the problem there. The problem that we have in the lake may not just be placing these units that we are requesting. Units may be good, may be temporary. But you need to understand that economy. Where the problem is fish. Fish is born in Kenya, and fish goes to Uganda. Fishermen must follow it. It's as simple as that. So it's a bit more complex that when you want to look at it in terms of security alone, there may be more things that you may need to look at. So I request that if you can have a little bit more time, get a small group of people, including myself, those of us who are born and bred there, we'll isolate some of the critical things that we have there. They may not just be issues of security units. The other thing I will bring, CS, is I've been a member of parliament now in Bondo for like 13 or 12 years. I've gone through a lot of experiences now. I may not have that time, but let me isolate two or three things. Number one, the image of the police. The image. I don't know, but if this example I want to bring out can help. The new unit, the new sub-county unit that was created, an AP commandant is posted. And then I think in the process, when it's to get new or additional officers, the request is made from different bases and units or different stations. When those stations are releasing one or two of their staff, they release the worst. They release the worst. So, and that station where they were headed or where they were coming to is basically 800 meters away from my home. All the first 5 officers that got there, the same day, all of them were drunk. All of them didn't know where they were. All of them were running around in the village looking for food. They didn't have anything to eat. Imagine your officers running around in the villages of people that they have never met before, looking for food. And then they were drinking all manner of things that they found there. The following day, what the villagers were saying, is this the meaning of the new sub-county? So if you want to get those who are making the image of the police look the way it sometimes appears, get all the stations of the bases. Tell them to isolate for you the people that you give a different assignment. They release for you the worst. And the worst is exactly what the public is seeing as the image of the police. It will help a great deal. The second one, which again is an observation, is you mentioned, you alluded to it. For the period that I've been a member of parliament, I've worked with 13 DCCs. 13 in 13 years. So meaning that an average of 1 per year. Yet there are those that have been there for 3-4 years. So you can imagine, there was a year that I think I worked with 5 different DCCs. So if you are with DCC like that, how will they settle down to work? That's a big problem. Then, in the same way, I've also worked with close to 7 OCPDs in the same period. Most of this, every single time they come in, they are given. Because we know who the criminals that are there. We know the thugs that are there. Allow it to grow for a while, it becomes these big gangs that we are talking about. They start in a very small manner. And they start particularly in these small towns of ours. They are there. Whether they are for hire or forever, they are thugs. They are goons. They are bad people. And we know them. People know them. This list, the names are given. Sometimes the beginning of when we have new officers, OCPD, DCIO, our DCs, we give these names. But if you followed the list that was given for the first time that I was there, the first 10 people, I don't think 8 have been arrested. They keep doing the same things. They're the same thugs. When we are talking about stealing of lorries, they are the ones who are mentioned. Talking about stealing of cars across the country up to Busia. They're the ones who are mentioned. Stealing shops and all this kind. They are the ones who are mentioned. But they are still there. And they are known. What do we do? So that's something that I thought is important that you get to have. Because it's like there's a problem somewhere. Where even those who are arrested in one day, the second day, they are released, the third day, minus any charges. And I think it's growing. And if you allow it to grow the way it's going, we get into the thugs like now the regional commissioners are fighting within Kisumu. The very final one is another experience again, is in terms of the police and the chiefs. You've mentioned it, let me not go to it so much. But there is a big issue. Then there's a big issue in the criminal justice system in terms of how ODPP and all these things. There are things that when we have time, I want to believe, particularly when we meet with the members of parliament, we can help you isolate them. I sympathize with you, CS. You are the CS that has to be in parliament almost every week to answer this kind of questions. Questions to do with the issues of security. This may be shortened if we have a time, we meet groups of members of parliament, either per region or whatever. Then you reduce your going to parliament to answer these 2 minute little questions about every other thing that is happening. So with that, because of time again, and because I also have an idea how we can get to you, let me stop at that point. Asanteni sana. Oh, yes. Then let me take this single opportunity to bring our governor, Governor James Orengo. Because we are bringing the governor, there's one or two things that were mentioned. But I think this one's, Governor, if we had a situation where our county commissioner will take this thing and sit down with you, like the issues of, somebody may be blaming you that either they are prisoners or remandees are taken to hospital and then money is required. Sometimes they think you know. So I think maybe they need to take time so that some of those things are put together and you see how to address them. Karibu sana, Governor.
Asante sana kwa mgeni wetu wa heshima, Waziri Onesmus Murkomen. Tunakukaribisha sana Siaya na ujumbe wako. Na tangu uingie asubuhi karibu saa 3:30 saa 4, umekaa na sisi mpaka saa hizi karibu saa 11 inaelekea. Na inaonekana kama tunazidi kuongea, pengine unaweza kulala hapa leo Siaya. Na nasema unaweza kulala Siaya kwa sababu wakati tumekuja hapa nilikumbuka ya kwamba nilipochaguliwa mbunge mara ya kwanza, Rais Moi alikuwa amekuja hapa Siaya, akalala kwa hii nyumba hii. Ili walifanya marekebisho na akalala hapa na akakutana na viongozi wa kutoka katika district yenyewe. Wakati ile ilikuwa ni county. Kwa bahati mbaya mimi sikubaliwa kuingia hapa. Nilirushwa nje kabisa. Lakini mambo imegeuka. Mimi jambo langu la kwanza ni wewe, tumefanya kazi na wewe. Na najua wewe mchapa kazi. Tumefanya kazi katika bunge, najua ujuzi wako na pia mwelekeo na itikadi zako nazijua. Tumefanya kazi si kwa zile miaka 10 tumekuwa kule kwa Senate, lakini wakati ya kuzungumzia mambo ya katiba ulikuwa kamati muhimu sana ambayo ilikuwa na jadili mambo ya ugatuzi. Ukiona ile chapter ya katiba ambao inaongea kwa mambo ya ugatuzi, mkono na fikira za waziri zuko pale ndani. Na mimi kama sasa katika cheo cha gavana najua kazi ambao ulifanya. Haikuwa kazi rahisi kwa sababu kulikuwa na watu wengine wakati huo ukisema ya kwamba serikali ugatuzi itaongozwa na gavana. Wakasema gavana ya nini? Gavana ni mmoja tu peke yake Kenya nzima. Ni gavana ya Central Bank. Hiyo upuzi mwachi. Lakini mfanya kazi vilivyo mpaka tukawa na katiba, na muhimu ni kwamba tukawa na zile vipengele vya ugatuzi na ziko pale katika katiba yetu. Jambo langu la pili pia kwa sababu umekuwa hapa Siaya ni kurudishia wewe asante kwa sababu stadium yetu ambayo inapongezwa sana. Wewe umetusaidia sana wakati ambao tulikuwa tunakuwa na ile sherehe ya Pinluo na Rais William Ruto alipokuwa akija kufungua hilo stadium, ukatupatia viti karibu 20,000. Hata hakutumia zote. Zile mpango za upanuzi tukimaliza hatutakuwa na shida za viti. Tupatia viti ya kutosha. Na pia pamoja na hela karibu milioni 50 ambayo imetoka kwa idara yake wakati ambao alikuwa anaongoza mambo ya sports. So nataka mpigie waziri makofi kidogo. Na sasa pesa zaidi tena imeingia huko. Na hiyo bila kazi ambayo ulifanya haingekuwa rahisi kupata hizo pesa kuingia huko. Mimi tumeongea kwa ofisi na sitaki kurudia yale ambao yamezungumzia. Kuna yale ambao
yamezungumziwa hapa na tuliyataja wakati tulikuwa katika ofisi yangu, na nataka kutoa tu ujumbe mmoja tu ya kwamba sura ya serikali na chombo cha serikali mashinani ni hao wenzetu maofisa ambao wamekaa hapa. Hawa ile uzito ya kueneza zile policies, programs na itikadi za serikali, mzigo mkubwa wamebeba. Kwa hivyo mimi nikisikia kueleza zile shida wanayo, hata mimi naona kwamba zikiweza kusuluhishwa haraka, hata mimi nitafurahi sana. Mimi nilikuwa mtoto wa polisi. Nimekuwa katika hizi station nyingi sana katika Kenya hii. Kwa hivyo nikisikia upande wa usalama, polisi, najua kwamba najua wamejaribu kunifunga, lakini inaonekana walijua mimi nilizaliwa huko kwa polisi. Mimi nataka niseme hivi na kurudisha asante sana. Hii ni kama baraza, na machief na assistant chief wanakuwa na mabaraza. Sasa wewe katika zile ngazi zako za juu umeleta baraza hapa Siaya mchana mzima. Wakati nilikuwa kwa bunge mara ya kwanza, tulieleza na wale wengine ambao walitangulia ya kwamba ukitaka kuwa na sifa katika bunge, wewe uwe na hali ya kutolewana na polisi na administration. Ikiwa mnachapana kule mashinani, pengine utapata sympathies kutoka kwa wananchi. Naona hata kuna assistant chief, sijui chief mwingine ameongea hapa vizuri sana akizungumza mambo ya chang'aa. Na hiyo ukizungumza na hiyo ni njia ya kupata kura. Lakini maarifa zetu na mwenendo zetu ni tofauti. Lazima tukae kama viongozi na tuyajali yale mahitaji ya wananchi. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema ya kwamba lazima tuzidi kuwa na ushirikiano baina ya serikali kuu na serikali gatuzi, na tutafanya kazi pamoja. Na safari hiyo ni moja, ni vile katiba imeeleza ya kwamba there's only one government, indivisible government, but we have levels of government. Niliona OCS kutoka Akala, huyo anajua katiba sana sana sana. Ile Bill of Rights umesoma sana sana, na karibu niseme ya kwamba wewe ungekuwa wakili kuliko kuwa a police officer. But I think we need police officers who understand the Bill of Rights and can apply them even as they work with the government, so that we have true protectors of the Bill of Rights within government. Kwa hivyo mimi kuna maswali vile Bwana Ochanda amesema zile zinahusisha county government, lakini naomba tutakuwa na wakati mwingine tukae chini, kama yale ya kutibiwa na wale mabusu ama watu wameshikwa na polisi ama watu wamepelekwa katika mahospitali wakiwa wamejeruhiwa pengine kwa accident. Hiyo tutaona namna ya kutatua, hatuwezi kushindwa kutatua. Na langu ya mwisho, ujaribu sana kurudi hapa Siaya. Najua ukiendelea kurudi hapa Siaya, hiyo itamaanisha kwamba tunafanya kazi as one nation and one people. And I know you, when we were in government, even when in the Senate, sometimes we were on the opposite sides. But on all the essential issues, we agreed. hata wakati tunapiga kura upande huu na upande huu, but essentially on fundamental matters tulikuwa tunasikizana. Hata mambo ya Senate wakati tulikosa kazi na nini, tumelemewa, tukienda kotini tulikuwa tunakwenda pamoja bega kwa bega mpaka tukafaulu katika mahakama. Kwa hivyo mimi sitaki niende zaidi na kupongeza na timu yako Bwana Masengeli, wewe ulinisaidia wakati mwingine na napongeza. Si kunisaidia ya kwamba nilifanya makosa lakini kwa uzuri na nikapongeza na kupongeza. Asante sana, shukrani, asante. Na nataka nisikie makofi kwa waziri, nisikie makofi. Asante.
Now, I was doing a political crime. Apparently, Elisha Odhiambo sent a representative.
Okay.
And we can't allow him to talk at this moment, but he has some letter which I think was presented to you. So let's recognize that Elisha sent in a representative. I don't want to go with that.
Pigia makofi representative ya Mheshimiwa Elisha. Bas, nikimaliza nataka kushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Gavana James Orengo ambaye nimesema tayari. Sikujua kwamba anajua Kiswahili. Nilifikiria mimi niko afadhali kwa mambo ya Kiswahili, lakini nimeona kwamba ako na Kiswahili mufti sana. Ningependa kumpongeza na nilisema kwamba yeye ni gavana mstahiki ambaye nimekuwa nikimwangalia kwa miaka mingi sana. Mheshimiwa Gavana, hata leo umeonyesha kwamba wewe ni mtu mpole, mnyenyekevu. Kwa kuketi tu hapa na kutusikiliza sisi, nimejifunza kitu kwako. Kwamba wewe sio mjeuri vile unakuanga mkali. Unaweza kuwa mkali lakini ni mnyenyekevu. Kwa hivyo tunakushukuru sana kwa kukaa na sisi. Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Ochanda, sikio Mheshimiwa Speaker. Umekuja hapa na waenzi sana na washukuru sana. Ile mambo yote ambayo imesemwa hapa, ningependa kusema kama vile governor amesema, nitarudi tena. Na siku ya kurudi haitakuwa kwa baraza kama hii. Nitarudi tuende huko mashinani. Tuende tuone mambo ya security ya huko ndani. Tuende baraza kufungua new sub county, kuja kuangalia kazi huko ndani. Sitarudi tena ya kukaa tu sehemu mkutano kama huu. Leo ilikuwa ni kutengeneza base yenye tukirudi sasa tunaona tulikubaliana hivi, tukisonga mbele. Pia ningependa kusema kwamba yale yote Governor Orengo amesema ni kweli. Lakini hajasema kitu moja kwamba alipokuwa waziri wa mashamba, yeye ndio baba alimwambia atafute CV yangu ndio akanipatia kazi. Kwa hivyo yeye pia amenisaidia hapo awali kutoka ile directives ya Prime Minister. Na mimi ni kijana ya baba. Hata wakati tulikuwa tunashindana, generally watu walikuwa wananisuspect. Nilikuwa generally watu wana suspicious. Wanagiona hivi na kama kungekuwa na shida naambiwa pigia baba. So mimi nilikuwa natumwa huko nyuma. Mimi nafurahi sana na broad based government kwa sababu I am at home. Nikiwa na nimekuwa na hawa kwa safari ya mbali sana, especially the Prime Minister tumekuwa na yeye na Mheshimiwa James Orengo. Mnajua yeye ni kiongozi tunamtegemea. Hata kwa Senate he used to be, even when he was not the leader, alikuwa ni opinion leader. Akishaongea hiyo maneno hata speaker anakubali, na ilikuwa inaniletea hasara sana. Nilikuwa naona wivu kwamba speaker wa Senate anategemea mtu ya opposition, lakini nashukuru sana tunafanya kazi pamoja. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru, asanteni. Kabla tujaondoka, ningependa kumpatia kwa niaba ya wale wote tumekuja DIG Masengeli afunge mkutano.
Thank you so much, sir. CS. I know we are racing against time and of court. Allow me to talk on two, very briefly. Sir, when the sender does not hold, things will fall apart. I'm just asking the security agencies, let us not let the sender fall apart. Because when the sender falls apart, the security will be in chaos. The Mwananchi will not be safe anymore. And it's us now that we have to bring discipline and order in the Mwananchi that prevails all time, always. We have to ensure we go with the community policing, we partner with the community for their own safety. Sir, the other one is arrow of God. When a man brings home firewood invested with ants, he should not be surprised when he is visited by, or when lizards pay visit to him. Reasons, they are looking for the ants that are invested in the firewood. This one is just a calling for us that the security proverb warns us that those not sensitive with the security, early warnings, if you harbor the criminal as the community, at the end of the day, crime will thrive. And when crime thrives, that will be the end of some orderliness in that area. Thank you, sir. May I just submit that and may God bless you.